A big thank you to ABC Communications, a leading provider of communication solutions in Pocatello, Idaho. With over 25 years of experience in the industry, the company has built a strong reputation for its commitment to delivering reliable, cost-effective, and innovative communication services to businesses of all sizes. Thank you, ABC Communication, for supporting Valley Mission Conversations on a Bench. A big thank you to ABC Communications, a leading provider of communication solutions in Pocatello, Idaho. With over 25 years of experience in the industry, the company has built a strong reputation for its commitment to delivering reliable, cost-effective, and innovative communication services to businesses of all sizes. Thank you, ABC Communication, for supporting Valley Mission Conversations on a Bench. Thank you to an anonymous donor for your incredible generosity in providing a $50,000 matching gift for Valley Mission Conversations on a Bench. Your gift will double the impact of every donation, empowering us to provide critical resources to individuals in crisis. From safe shelter and nutritious meals to counseling and mentorship, your support ensures these lives are filled with hope and opportunity. Because of you, many people will have the chance to thrive, to heal, and build a brighter future. On behalf of Valley Mission and every life you're touching, thank you.
I know you play it. Or is it running already?
Yeah,
Oh, that's really small. Maybe it's shrink that one.
that's the host resolution they did. They sent it.
Wow. Alright. When that's done, we'll jump on.
Yeah.
Go grab my hat. Grab my hat. I know you play it. Or is it running already?
Yeah,
Oh, that's really small. Maybe it's shrink that one.
that's the host resolution they did. They sent it.
Tom, welcome. Good to have you with us. So you call it 24 hours of conversation on a bench. Tell us about what it is you're doing, the vision behind it, and what you're hoping to accomplish.
Yeah, I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to share about, can you imagine sitting on a bench for 24 hours? And we're going to have 70 CEOs doing that coming up on October 9 and 10, and really having the opportunity to raise awareness about what homelessness really is, and be able to share some of the stories of really seeing people overcome the challenges that they have in living on the streets, experiencing homelessness, to be able to talk about what are the issues that really underlie this, what's really an epidemic of homelessness in the United States today, and how are we as Christians to respond to that and be able to bring help and healing in the midst of it.
You talk about underlying reasons. So homelessness doesn't always get the coverage it deserves, and it often involves addiction and mental health. Can you tell us more about the ministry of Citygate Network and why you believe working to end homelessness is central, it's core to the gospel?
Yeah, I think the Citygate Network really has been around for over 120 years, and it really was people who wanted to live out their faith and saw those that were really struggling with addiction, mental health issues, alcoholism, those kinds of things way back in the 1800s that said, how can we respond with the love of Christ? And Citygate Network was really started with that vision. And so we have rescue missions and ministries that help those that are aging out of foster care or trafficking, many of those that are the vulnerable populations, those that are marginalized, and being able to just live and love like Jesus to those folks who often have nobody who's reaching out to help them.
Yeah. So, of course, Washington, D.C. has a large homeless population and has been in the news recently as the National Guard cleared out the homeless encampments. Tom, can you talk about the balance between community safety and what some have criticized as an approach that compounds the problem?
Yeah, and we certainly are concerned about safety and at-risk behaviors. And really one of the things is looking and saying, is it about policy or is it about people? And is it about criminalization or is it about compassion? And we certainly want to ensure that there are policies that provide protection and safety for people. But at the same time, recognizing that many times people that are on the street or experiencing homelessness have burned through their social networks. They've burned through their relationships, and they have nowhere else to go. And that's really where our shelters in missions around the country open up their doors to be able to provide safe places for them that can then create safe places in communities.
Tom, we just have a few seconds left. Can you talk about ways that people can get involved, whether they participate in the conversation or they support your effort?
Yeah, we'd love it. You can go to conversationsonabench.org and you can look up the more than 70 different cities and communities that are sponsoring this conversation. And you can watch it via Facebook or YouTube. You could also even go down to the mission and sit on the bench and have a conversation with the local CEO. You can also volunteer in a rescue mission or continue to give. 95% of what our missions do from a funding standpoint is all through private philanthropy and charity.
All right.
And so a number of ways to help.
Tom DeVries with Citygate Network, thank you so much for being with us this evening, and best wishes on the 24 hours on a bench.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, John.
Well, we're still here. we have some folks coming in here in a moment. Well, not in a moment, within the hour. So that'll be good. Sorry, let me turn off this walkie-talkie intercom thing. It's been a quiet night, no shock here in Pocatello. We had one walk up about a half an hour ago. That is actually planning on coming back and sitting on the bench with us and another person. A couple of folks from the streets. So they're just trying to get themselves woke up, and we'll have them here in a minute, and we'll chat about what their situation, not in a minute, but in a bit, chat about their situation. Thank you for the coffee and muffins. That was helpful. Got us going. You've been looking at an empty bench or an odd bench. It's not that we aren't here. We're here. We're just moving around trying to make sure that we can stay awake and be a little more engaging as the night and then morning goes on. Let me see if I can answer a question here that somebody had. I thought this was pretty interesting. Excuse me. How can we assist people who are homeless without enabling them to remain dependent on others? How can we assist people who are homeless without enabling them to remain dependent on others? That's a good question. And it's not an easy one to answer. People have to be willing to make the change. We could very easily get in the habit of going out on Street Reach and bringing everything they need at different increments in different ways over the course of several weeks. That would enable them. That would not allow them to utilize the resources that are available. So what we do, as an example, and this again could be something you could apply at an individual level, what we do is we take some simple things they're going to need for a day. It might be a bottle of water, it might be a bag. Matter of fact, we got some Chobani bags. Chobani Company donated these bags they created. It was milk, cereal, shelf-stable milk, cereal, a granola bar, some chips, a Chef Boyardee individual cup. So basically stuff for that day in a reusable bag, which was really nice. We add to that things like toilet paper, soap. That's a big needed item. We'll be adding hats and hand warmers, that kind of stuff, in different ways. But that's not something they get all the time. What we also do with that is we're bringing our resource people with us. We're bringing the agencies in town that are part of our Street Reach team to help connect them to what they really need. And then what's beautiful about those connections is they're creating that or making that appointment right there. And then those teams are following up with that individual to make sure they're getting to those resources. So it's a matter of helping people believe that they can do what needs to be done for themselves to get better, and then holding them to a certain standard. Not a high one, it's not super high, but hey, make sure you make the appointment. If you don't make the appointment, let me know and we can maybe arrange for transportation. Remove the barriers that are there, and then again, just give them enough to get moving on. And then what we try to do in this whole Street Reach ministry is build that bridge of trust so that over time they'll begin to trust not just Valley Mission, but if we have free clinic with us, if we have the housing folks from Made for Friends, if we have Cy from VA Services, if we have other agencies with us, they now have a bit of a connection. So now they're willing to take that step and go into that facility to go make that appointment. And we're seeing, just so you guys know how this works, we're seeing some success out of this already. We've had people that we've been visiting with on the streets 2 years, a year. They've made these connections. They've had people following up with them saying, what part have you done your part? We've done ours. We're waiting on you. So that's that level of accountability. It's not heavy. It's not hard. It's just real. It's just honest. We've had just this last 2 months, I think, roughly 2 months, we've seen two ladies, not guys, ladies that have been living in their vehicles. The one gal was in her vehicle for 2 years, and the other gal has been in her vehicle off and on for more than a year. They both have now got housed. They found a place. They work with the agencies. They had the follow through. They did their part. So you might feel like you're enabling somebody by bringing them food, or you're, giving them something like socks or something, or a hat. That's just being human. That's meeting a genuine need in that moment. So that's not enabling. Enabling would be that you show up every day at the same time and give them lunch and breakfast and dinner without having them go and figure out, okay, how do I get stable? How do I find the resources? How do I find a job so I don't have to rely on you to do this? The list goes on and on. So it's just finding the simple things that you can do and the simple ways that you can be generous with what you have and bring that person a little bit of hope. Goes a long way. So good question. I'm glad people are asking those things. Another question we had earlier that I'd like to keep sharing because we have some direct relationship with that here with Pocatello High School and the staff there. Do we have kids that are homeless in our community? There was an interview earlier yesterday that we had one of the CRWs, the community resource workers from the schools, that works directly with a program that helps the homeless kids in our schools. I hope you caught that. The homeless kids in our schools. It just looks different. They may not be living out here in a tent, in a bush, down by a river, in a car. They're sharing space in someone else's home. They're doubling up, or they might have someone that has found a way for them to get hotel space or extended stay space. While that's sheltered, that's not housed. That is a temporary solution. That still, by definition, is homeless. And to be honest with you, do you want to raise your kids in a hotel? Nobody really does. It's better than being out here. So there's a lot of kids who are homeless. We are right across from Pocatello High School. And every year, the number just blows our mind. 2 years ago, I believe the number was 2 years ago, at Pocatello High School alone, we had 80 some odd students that were homeless. 80 juniors and seniors only that were homeless. These are kids that are couch surfing, kids that are living on the streets, kids that are living in their vehicles. The principal showed me a photo of a car a couple years ago for one of her students. In the back seat, the blanket, the pillow, the thing I miss right now because I don't have mine. Those things that you guys have enjoyed, folded neatly in the back seat. And then she had a picture of the trunk of this girl's car. You know those little plastic organizers you have for trays and drawers, right? This one was labeled bathroom. This one was labeled kitchen. This one was labeled school. And it was perfect and neat and tidy. And her clothes were organized and neatly tucked in over here. That was her home. 17 years old. I can't even begin to understand. It's not my place to figure out what happened in those homes. I just don't understand. You're 17, out you go, whatever. And we have students that hit 18 that are in foster care. And when they age out of the system, as if you saw the movie in February with us, No Address, that was a great example. She turned 18, they locked her out, said, hey, we're not getting our money anymore, you're on your own. Sorry, folks, that's reality. That's not just a movie. That does happen. So we've got a lot of kids that are in our community that need help. And we need programs that can help those families get back on their feet so that they can be good parents for their kids. So good question. So I'm glad people keep asking it. We've got some folks that are going to be coming in here a little while. So just hang in there. We'll keep popping some more stuff. Maybe we'll throw a video up. Maybe we'll do that.
takes me. And I'll go back and edit this too if we say some
Okay.
things we shouldn't.
No, I'll try not to.
That's
That's always
right.
my goal.
That's right. That's right. Hey, folks, I'm just glad to have this conversation again. I'm sitting here with Randy Ford, the president of the, is it president or CEO or?
It's both
It's
president
both.
and
So he's in
CEO.
charge of the Idaho Food Bank at a statewide level. Randy and I have had a lot of years' experience. We've got a shared passion for reaching out to people in need and serving our community. I didn't tell you this, but Sika just finished a survey here in town. I'm just now starting to review it, and they identified 4 key categories. It'll be no surprise to you that number 3 or 4 is food insecurity, and how people are still struggling. Of course, affordable housing is still the issue. But today on Conversations on a Bench, we're just talking about everything from homelessness to poverty to substance abuse, all that kind of stuff. So, Randy, from your perspective too, I mean, you're in Boise, but you're all over the state. What are you seeing? How the state's reacting, and where you see some need that we can probably address?
Well, I think that fortunate to live in Idaho. Idaho's been part of my life my entire life. So while being in Boise, I have traveled all across the state. And what I see is that just like every individual, every community is unique. So oftentimes you try to use some generalizations or you try to gather some themes, and those get quickly dispelled when you go to different communities and you meet with different folks, because behind each story of food insecurity or homelessness or struggling for resources is an individual story, and not everybody can be kind of bucketed in those themes. So I think that's what I've learned very quickly is that you have to dispel your biases, your preconceived notions of what's behind the need, and just simply ask the questions, and be supportive wherever you can be, and then also stretching yourself to be supportive in ways you didn't think you could be, as well. So
Yeah.
I think that's what I've learned. I try not to generalize, but food insecurity is what we focus on, and that's the great grandiose term that we have for anybody that's experiencing hunger, or doesn't know where their next meal is coming from. So I think that's what everything has in common. Everybody has in common in terms of the work that we do, the work that you do, and how we do that together. So I really believe I guess that's the theme, that there is no generalized theme other than there's a problem. It takes a community to react to it, and it takes people getting behind that, and really again to dispel any preconceived notions you have as to why they're there, because that shouldn't impact the fact that you want to help them.
Well, and I think you bring up a good point. What do you think the average person can do to help make a change happen? What's some good things maybe we can help people with?
Yeah, from the perspective of the food bank, and I think it kind of goes into other nonprofits and other social service sectors. People first and foremost can volunteer. Being a part of it, seeing how your work and your energy can make a difference, and then you get to meet all these people that maybe you wouldn't have met in your normal daily life, and make new friends and hear new stories. So I think volunteering is at the root of it. Time is always an issue, and there's never enough time in a day, right? We've all experienced that. But you can also, for us, you can donate food. And it doesn't have to be just expired things. You can actually seek out protein items to give. You can ask your local pantry what they need most, because each pantry can be a little different. And ultimately that's where it comes down to. And if you can, give financially, because you can turn dollars into services, you can turn dollars into food, you can turn dollars into ultimately hope for folks that are experiencing food insecurity or homelessness, oftentimes both. And it's really that act of dignity that you're being a part of. I want to say give to, but you can't. I don't think you can give dignity. You can give hope, and it allows for dignity to really take hold within those folks and within people that are having a struggle.
Yeah. I think you said something too at the beginning that struck a chord too. That when you go out to all kinds of places throughout the state, I mean, food insecurity and homelessness, all these things, they don't know class. No. They just. I mean, you didn't say it that way, but I mean, there's no. It's the same. And are you seeing a lot of issues in Boise with homelessness that are similar to maybe some of the issues we have here in Pocatello? Are they different? How are you seeing things?
Well, I think at the root of it is that it's an economic mobility concern. So, and when I say that, it means cost of housing, cost of, goods, services, access to resources. I think those are the themes we see throughout the state. And just like it doesn't really know a class, it doesn't really know a demographic, it doesn't really know a zip code. It can be your neighbor living next door that's kind of maybe they don't want to tell people that they need help. They don't want to ask for help. And it can also be a family member. It can be a coworker. So oftentimes you do have to dispel those, like, well, that's a problem over here, or it's worse over there. I don't think that moves the needle when you try to compare a worse case when there's still a problem in a better case. So,
Yeah, no, that's wow. It's tough. We were talking earlier offline too about using that phrase, those people, and a lot of people. There's just this perception of, well, the homeless people they're drug addicts, they're drunks, they're criminals, they're mentally ill. And from our perspective here in Pocatello, I tell people all the time, especially in the encampments we go to, these are some sharp people, but they're all like us. They made one stupid decision, one bad decision that cost them everything. And so, helping them find a way back is tough. And I mean, you talk about losing everything. That I can't imagine what that does to their mentality, their mental health, if you will. And are you seeing? I didn't ask you this earlier. Are you seeing like a gap in the state in some of the things we can do on the mental health side? Is there some things we can do better there, do you think? Or
I think it kind of is summed up is that any system or structure that you try to put in place to help folks and not meet them where they're at, I think that's anytime that happens, you're going to see some struggles in terms of services being either offered, available, or just readily known. So oftentimes people consider the person broken when maybe the system they're operating might be the broken piece.
Yeah.
It's kind of set them up for that. So any municipality, any state is going to have their struggles. Again, it doesn't have to focus on it's worse over here or it's better over there. In reality, there's affordable housing shortages all over the state. National Realtors Association ranked Idaho the second least affordable state in the nation when you compare it to income versus home prices.
wow.
And you think, well, immediately, like, everybody goes to, well, who's number one, right? Because you're like, well, got to be better. We're better than somebody, right? Like, does that make it better for the people in Idaho experiencing that?
Yeah.
Not really. But by the way, it's Montana, if you're wondering. So I think that those comparisons can often, they can get in the way of and create some additional preconceptions about what's going on. When in reality, the community is everything. So nobody can overcome a crisis alone, regardless of how strong you are, how much weight you can lift, how many family members you have. You need to have somebody walking alongside you, and that's why I feel fortunate that we're able to partner with agencies like the Valley Mission, because volunteers are showing up consistently. Community members are supporting change, and they're walking alongside folks, because that real impact happens through that collective effort and sustained commitment from the community.
Absolutely. I like that. We just shared with somebody this morning the fact that I think one of the unique things about Pocatello is our strong collaboration between nonprofits and working together for the common good. There's a lot of misconception here in our leadership. I'll say that carefully. That think that we're all standalones. We are in that regard, but we're all working together like I've never seen before. What are some of the, and with our partnership with the Idaho Food Bank, I know Key and her team doing a phenomenal job in the community. What are some of the things that the Idaho Food Bank does in community here that maybe some folks watching may not know about? How do we collaborate with other things and people around the city?
So I spend quite a bit of time traveling. My second office is my truck, I think, at this point. But thankfully, I'm able to take some nutritious food with me. But I've gone to the Pocatello Chamber of Commerce. I go to the different events that are in Pocatello. And I think that's where you get a real feel for what's happening in the community, is actually going to the community.
Yeah.
You can only read so much online or do that. You have to make those steps to be involved. And so we see from our perspective that we're able to advocate for more systemic changes. So I like to say that I don't talk about politics, I talk about policies, right? Because politics will exist and politics can inform policies, but education can inform people and people can make changes within politics. And so I think it's our job as Idaho Food Bank to really lean into being an expert on food insecurity, but then partner with healthcare entities who are experts on healthcare, on behavioral health. Partner with folks like Valley Mission you're an expert on homelessness, much more so than Idaho Food Bank is. So if we can make those connections and really wrap services and put that, the person that's experiencing food insecurity or homelessness, you put them in the middle and you surround them with resources instead of putting the effort or the program in the middle and then hoping to find people, right? Do you really wrap services around folks to help them, gather the resources that they can select from, that they know they need? Because oftentimes it could be housing prices, but it could also be transportation issues. It could be childcare. It could be access to mental health care. It could be access to healthcare in general, or even rental assistance. The best way to keep somebody, out of homelessness is also like trying to get them the resources that they need that can allow them to divert funding to rent, to a mortgage. And that's where we feel that food, rent eats first. So having food available is taking one thing out of the equation for somebody to help them focus in another way. Because these crises that people are experiencing, they're never siloed, right? It's not very often that you have somebody that's, doesn't know where the next meal coming from, that doesn't have maybe a housing issue, doesn't have a healthcare issue, doesn't have, a childcare issue or transportation or caring for an elderly family member. There's all these different scenarios that can take place. And you don't know that until you have that conversation and you really wrap those services around them so they can select what they need.
Gotcha. That's good stuff. That is good stuff. Well, we're going to get ready to wrap it up. Is there anything else here before I let this thing get done? I know you got a busy day ahead of you.
Oh, yeah. I'm never too busy to do this. This is my work,
I hear you.
right?
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
You guys don't know, but Randy, he's just been such a huge supporter of us over here in the Valley, and just trying to get things done, get our building open. So, but anything else you wanted to add before I wrap us up, or?
No, all I got to say is thanks for having me on. Thanks for the work that you do. Thanks for your volunteers and your community support. We're so just pleased and honored to be a part of the community through our partnerships. We have our branch that's in Pocatello. We have community members that, and we have employees that are community members. They live, they work there. They know that area, and it's just so gratifying to know that we can have a place in helping, assisting not only our partners, but then the neighbors who ultimately are in need of services. So anything that we're able to do, I try to. I never break a rule, but I'm never one to ever go shy away from questioning why a rule might exist.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to be a part of any solutions that can take place and even offer alternatives for solutions as well as we move forward. But I thank you for what you do. All the best of luck. I'm looking forward to visiting the Valley Mission again, seeing the complete building and the new pantry, and I'll even bring food with me.
There you go.
Yeah, I tend to do that. So, but I really appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this, and thank you for what you do, Carl, and thank you for everybody at Valley Mission. Thanks to the people in Pocatello and that community in Pocatello that really make a difference in the lives of their neighbors.
Well, I appreciate your time, Randy. And if you guys obviously know we're raising funds for Valley Mission, valleymission.org, but also if you give the Idaho idahofoodbank.org, right? Or they can give here in Pocatello.
Yeah.
But if you give the Idaho Food Bank, that benefits us as well, because obviously they get food and they also get other things. They get other supplies that we might need. So the food bank does more than just food. We partner with them in the wintertime when we do the big turkey drive. It's a big event that serves a lot of families every year.
I'll be there.
Yeah, you'll be here.
Again.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. We always enjoy that nice
year
warm
4.
November day.
Year 4.
And
I
it's late
bring
this year.
coats.
That ought to be interesting.
Yeah, I'm ready for Pocatello weather. It's so predictable.
That's right. Well, Randy, I appreciate you taking time to do a conversation on the bench with me. We're looking forward to, as you said, to getting that place open sooner rather than later. working toward those funds. And but really, more than anything else, it's just great to get this awareness out here in our community, around our state, even nationwide, as this plays on all the different media channels that we're doing right now. So I'll let you get back to your fun stuff, and I'll get on with mine, man. Have a
All
good day,
right.
man.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks, Carl.
Oh, is it running that commercial? Promo videos? Oh, okay. Ah. Okay, sorry about that. So I was off camera there for a minute, visiting with one of our neighbors on the street, our guests on the street, if you will. Hopefully, he said he'll come back, but it was it's just good to catch up with him. I haven't seen him around in a while. One of our guys that if I gave you his description, you'd probably recognize him. He walks a lot around downtown here, so I just want to make sure that we get him back and talk with him. It's a good example of, I think sometimes people see folks on the street and they don't realize there's another part of their lives that they're not connected to. This gentleman has a 9-year-old son that just lives right over here around the corner, and he's working hard with a couple of our agencies to get housed. He's got some resources, but it's difficult for him in his mental capacity to really get things done. So when we see him and others see him, we're all asking the same question: have you made that appointment? Have you got connected? And he sounded more hopeful today than he has in a long time. So I'm hoping he'll come join us here in a little bit and share his story. We've got another gentleman that we're waiting on here that's still resting. And as soon as he wakes up, we'll get him on camera as well. So it's been a quiet night. But we've had some good conversations off camera just with the rest of those of us here, and had some good breakfast. Thank you for that. That was a good start. Now caffeine's kicking in, and we're getting to that second gear now, or fifth gear, whatever it is by the time you come to the end. So just want to remind you too, as you're waking up this morning, getting ready for the day, we have a $50,000 match that we're trying to get filled out. I have not checked. I haven't checked for a few hours because I didn't think folks would be up doing stuff. So If you're in a position to help Valley Mission get closer to that goal, we would love to have you jump onto valleymission.org, and you can click on the donate there. You can come down here. We've got resources here. You can scan the QR code. We've got folks here that can help you get things set up. Our camera's doing that. I think we may have worn it out. Let me see. Let me check. I don't think that's this one here. I'm just checking to make sure the plug may not have gotten. We learned that if you bump the plug, yep. Do we still have video? Okay. Okay. More technical stuff, like a plug. We didn't know. Anyway, you can give right out here. We can help you with that as well. But again, we've got some folks that want to give some funds either this weekend or coming up next week. That's fine. What's the beauty of this amount of money we can raise will allow us to get our fire sprinklers into our food pantry space, which is right behind us. Our company that's going to be doing that can get that system in and can get it capped, so we don't have to do the entire system. So that'll be a huge cost savings right there. We also have to bring the gas line in, which is on the other side of the building. And due to the construction of the main floor in here, they have to bring it up over top of the building and then drop their lines and do that. So that's a little bit more expensive than just running a line. When they do that, we are going to also have them bring in the 2 rooftop units that will do the heating and cooling upstairs. Those have already been paid for. We were able to purchase those last year, so they've been in storage. So to bring the crane in and to get those in and the cuttings in the roof and all that kind of stuff, that's another $2,000. That's nothing in comparison to what we're trying to do. Then after that, we can actually have our electrician come in and pull wires into the food pantry areas. The cabling for those panels and the panels are installed. So now it's just a matter of having the electricians come in and actually run the conduits to each outlet and light fixture, etc. After that, then we'll be able to get the exterior walls insulated, get those all taken care of. Plumbing's already in, all in that area there. We just have to add fixtures. That's the beauty of that. So it's coming together. So these funds will help us get a lot of that done. Again, if we can get upwards of the 50,000 match, that would be beautiful. We had another gift come in last evening. I think I said this before, the $5,000. Man alive, I wonder if we've got, so it's a, oh, here it is. It got disconnected here. Ha ha!
They're wrong. You're good.
There are 2 parts to that cord. Oh, it's never dull. Anyway, so toward the $50,000 match, I won't keep harping on that. So, but we had 5,000 came in at last night, which was really good. That helped us get closer on that other match that we had for 25. So there's some neat things happening. For those of you that may not have heard, one of our donors, one of our stories, and I'll share that in a little while. Matter of fact, I'm going to do that now. And that will help explain what I'm about ready to tell you. Let me find it. Let me find it. Where did she go? Here it is. This is from a former member of First Baptist Church, been a big part of the church for a long time. Even when we first got here in 2001, she and her family were a big part of the church. They since have moved away, but they still stay connected to the work that we do here. And she was always a part of, as you'll hear in the story, a part of our warming shelter that we did here a while back that we need to get back on track with. Hi, Carl. It's been a long time since I was first involved with the shelter at First Baptist. Just wanted you to know that the work Valley Mission does is still in my mind. I'm awake in the middle of the night thinking about it. There's a difference between being homeless and hopeless. The general public is too quick to judge the person for their different choice of lifestyle. I'm curious about each one's backstory. In our family, we moved a lot. I came out willing to move from place to place and always able to make a home. My older brother always felt homeless. He joined the military and knew what to expect, but he couldn't accumulate anything and was really homeless. He anchored himself for a while in the community, but was only perceived as a down on his luck person living in a shack. People imagined he had nothing to contribute to the community. They cared in some ways by dropping off food and water, blankets, clothes, etc., but what he really needed was a purpose, to be seen as someone who could make a difference, no matter how small. Being seen as an individual with value and worth, something Jesus was good at, and the rest of us, not so much. People, I believe, need a purpose. For everyone has their own story with different answers needed. I'm glad Conversations on the Bench is happening in Pocatello, and I hope Valley Mission gains some insight. Here's my challenge for you. This really blew me away. She said, for every conversation you have, I will donate $1,000 up to $10,000. I will give an additional $10,000 if you're able to raise $20,000 elsewhere by October 15th. This is not for me. The donation would be on the behalf of my brother, Garrett Knight, who is still seen as hopeless just because he doesn't act or look like others think he should. He's dismissed as a bum. He has a story I am still seeing played out and still trying to figure out where the tipping point was. That's pretty awesome. And thank you. Thank you for the challenge. I hope that we'll rise to that. I feel like we're on our way, so we just want to honor Garrett by having these conversations. So everybody, I like what she said, everybody has a story that's different, and we've got to try to understand that instead of just making assumptions and snap judgments and snap decisions. We're all guilty of it. There's none of us that can say we haven't done that. And but we're just trying to get people to stop for a minute, have this conversation, whether it's here, whether it's at work, whether it's at the restaurant, whatever it might be, and maybe dig a little deeper. And don't take everything you see at face value. One of the gals said it today, there's different levels of homelessness. We just don't look at it that way. But she talks about that from a lived experience. And so do we understand what that means? Do we understand what that looks like? Not until we ask questions. And the only way to ask questions is to stop, take a moment, go eye to eye with somebody, and ask them their story. How'd you get here? What caused you to be in this situation? If they're willing to share that, you're going to get an earful. It's going to shock you. So that's why I love what I get to do, and I get to be reminded every day of how blessed I am, but I'm also reminded that we're one or two bad decisions away from putting ourselves in a spot where we could lose everything, like many of our folks have. So one of the questions that came up too is what do you do with people who choose that way of life, who choose to live on the streets? The technical term in our circles, if you will, in our business that we do, is chronic homeless. It's an interesting term. We saw this a lot down in LA, and we see it up here as well. Not as much, but it does exist. When you've been on the streets as long as some of these folks have, that becomes your way of living. And for you to ask them to change that, for you to break everything they know and expect them just to flip it overnight, that's impossible. There's a certain level of comfort. There's a certain level of peace, believe it or not, that comes with being in that position. And if you saw the movie No Address that we showed in February, they depicted this community of homeless folks that just kind of stayed connected to one another. They looked out for one another. They had rules, they had boundaries, they had guidelines, and they just made sure that everybody in their community was safe. And I can tell you without question that happens here in this community. We've got encampments in town that we go to, and that's exactly how it is. There is a structure, there is an accountability, there is a caring for one another, there's a sharing of resources, there are rules, and it is a way of life for them. So if that's all they know, to take a person that's been on the streets, living in a tent, living under a bush or whatever, and then stick him into 4 rooms with a door and a window is more like prison to them. There's no freedom. So until they understand how to make that transition, we got to work with them. We got to help them work through that. So it's interesting to see how that plays out when you go out here on the streets and experience it firsthand. It is humbling. So I'm going to stop talking. I'm tired of talking. It's your turn to talk. I said, I'm tired of talking. It's your turn to talk. We're stalling. We're waiting for people. We got people coming here eventually, so we'll get there. So I'll step off for a minute and come right back.
Thank you to an anonymous donor for your incredible generosity in providing a $50,000 matching gift for Valley Mission Conversations on a Bench. Your gift will double the impact of every donation, empowering us to provide critical resources to individuals in crisis. From safe shelter and nutritious meals to counseling and mentorship, your support ensures these lives are filled with hope and opportunity. Because of you, many people will have the chance to thrive, to heal, and build a brighter future. On behalf of Valley Mission and every life you're touching, thank you. A big thank you to ABC Communications, a leading provider of communication solutions in Pocatello, Idaho. With over 25 years of experience in the industry, the company has built a strong reputation for its commitment to delivering reliable, cost-effective, and innovative communication services to businesses of all sizes. Thank you, ABC Communication, for supporting Valley Mission Conversations on a Bench. A big thank you to ABC Communications, a leading provider of communication solutions in Pocatello, Idaho. With over 25 years of experience in the industry, the company has built a strong reputation for its commitment to delivering reliable, cost-effective, and innovative communication services to businesses of all sizes. Thank you, ABC Communication, for supporting Valley Mission Conversations on a Bench. Thank you to an anonymous donor for your incredible generosity in providing a $50,000 matching gift for Valley Mission Conversations on a Bench. Your gift will double the impact of every donation, empowering us to provide critical resources to individuals in crisis. Thank you to an anonymous donor for your incredible generosity in providing a $50,000 matching gift for Valley Mission Conversations on a Bench. Your gift will double the impact of every donation, empowering us to provide critical resources to individuals in crisis. From safe shelter and nutritious meals to counseling and mentorship, your support ensures these lives are filled with hope and opportunity. Because of you, many people will have the chance to thrive, to heal, and build a brighter future. On behalf of Valley Mission and every life you're touching, thank you.
Segments be available for us, yeah. So where we have recorded this live on our Facebook page and our YouTube channel, one of the reasons we wanted folks to sign the media release form was so that we could use these for different events. And so this is going to be, it's going to be studied a lot and used a lot. I think there's going to be some good stuff that comes out of this. So I'm talking with one of our board members off camera because she's too shy. I'm just kidding. She is not shy. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. This will be a good teaser to put out there, and because we do want to do it again next year. And one of the things we did not get involved with this year was what they call CEO to CEO connections. So through Citygate Network, we can communicate with other rescue missions that are on this channel, on this program this year. We haven't built a lot of those relationships because we haven't connected with a lot of missions across the country yet because we've been building this thing. Now that we're getting this thing built, I didn't even realize the microphone was clear down here. So I'm hoping my belly wasn't growling when I did all that stuff. Yeah. Tech persons have been here a long time. That's all that matters. Yeah, the thing's moving on the thing. It's getting rummy around here, and we like it. So where we are establishing Valley Mission, why we might know some names, we haven't really built those relationships. So what's happening right now, I hope this thing won't go off. I'm on a intercom system with Fresno, which is kind of the central for this, and you'll hear different rescue missions talking about setting up, hey, are we good for this call? Are we good for that interview? Is Tom available for this? So what's been happening overnight is Fresno might have a sit down with Dallas, and Pittsburgh might get on a call with Charlotte. And they just talk about what's working in their mission, what they're struggling with, what are some things they're seeing. So we'll get involved with that next year. I think this was just a good, there we go. There's Fresno checking in with Eugene. This is just a good intro for us, I think. And as I said earlier, what's been really good is folks have got on the idea that the conversations matter. That has to happen. And so this is a great place to start. And so next year I'm excited for what can come out of this on even maybe a more of a national level. I don't know. But so right now, the last number I heard was there's 70 rescue missions across the country who are involved in this. Everything from California to Pittsburgh. I'm not sure how much further. Was there Maryland? No, I don't think there was. And then we've got some folks down in the southern part of the country, Texas, Carolinas. They're all over. We've got Great Falls, Montana is one of them as well. So we were joking about that earlier. It's like, some of these bigger rescue missions, Fresno and Dallas, they got people all night long. And we're in Pocatello or Great Falls. There goes a moose, You want to talk about homeless mooseness? Home mooseness. That's a weird word. I'm getting tired. So anyway, good. It's fun. Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah. The expected, what Citygate is expecting this to reach was anywhere between 3 and 5 million viewers, which is pretty incredible. I guess on a national level you can see that. We don't see that here, obviously. We're lucky. We're happy to get a couple hundred viewers. The first time. It's interesting. I was talking to somebody just the other day. We had no idea Valley Mission was going to do this. I'm like, okay, we haven't put it out there a lot lately, but we've been in the news a lot. We've been out there talking to a lot of people, but there's still a lot of folks who don't understand what we do and what we're going to do and what we're trying to do here with this facility. So this has been good on that level as well. It's been just people walking through here, so it's been fun. We'll see what happens. Yeah. One of the comments that she was making, Eunice was making offline, was we hope that people realize we don't want to hear again that we don't have homeless people in Pocatello. You even had someone tell you that we don't have, it's all, pretty much fabricated. The numbers aren't real, and you can ask the folks that have been on the bench and the folks that are hopefully going to be here a little while that are living on the streets. Sorry, the reality is we're seeing 15 to 25 people a week when our teams go out, and of those 15 to 25, it's not the same ones. And last week, the 15 to 25 we visited, 7 on the first day out of 17 were new. We had a guest that came up tonight that was hopefully going to come back later. I've not connected with him yet. And again, somebody else that is living, I'm guessing he was down by the library based on where he came from and just his conditions. So, yeah. I don't know how we fabricate the people we meet. That's a tough one. So, it's interesting. We've got, we're going to have Kia come in from the food bank here in a little bit, and she's going to be able to talk to us about what they're seeing from the food bank and how the food bank can help out with feeding folks. And we are grateful for the food bank partnership that we have. There's no way this pantry happens without that. The reason we can go to 14 different stores on Wednesday and Thursday and pick up donated food is because of our partnership with Idaho Food Bank through Feeding America. Otherwise, we were doing it just on our own, and we were just getting the leftovers that they had and ordering from them. When Kia came on board a few years ago, they were the ones that were getting all the food, bringing it to the distribution center, and then sending it out. Well, that's all good and well for stuff that you can freeze, but fresh produce goes bad quick. Bread and bakery items go bad quick, even though you can freeze those, but then they just get weird. So take the middleman out, allow the stores that can more quickly distribute it, go get it, it's fresher. And what that helped us do on a pantry level was that increased our fresh and nutritious food value intensely. So that's been really amazing. The stores in this community are super generous. It's just amazing what we get. So she'll be here, and we're going to have Terry Fredrickson from New Day Products and Pacific Rim Counseling. He'll be up here this morning as well, talking about the mental health things we're struggling with in our community. Terry is a great advocate for the mental health here in our community as well as on the state level. So we'll be hearing from him on what we need to be looking for and what we should be trying to make available here in the community. I've invited Mayor Blad to come on and talk to me about the warming shelter project that he and I developed years ago, and how we're trying to move forward and what the city can do to help us meet some needs, not only with the warming shelter, but with vehicles in the wintertime and campers in the wintertime. Folks are living in those vehicles and they're having to move multiple times, and it just adds another layer of trauma, takes money out of their pocket to put gas in the tank to move the vehicle, and so on and so on and so on. So we've been working on a couple of things to try to find space for that. So I'm grateful for that conversation coming up a little bit later too. So looking for my Dutch oven donut guy. He's not here yet. No pressure, Darren, if you're watching. No. I didn't listen. Okay, doggone it. So Wednesday night, I was lied to about a dinner I had to go to. I said it nicer than that on my text. My wife and my daughter both, and a couple of friends, misled me into believing that my daughter was getting an award at the annual chamber dinner, where they recognize different people for different things. And one of the awards is called the Black Belt Award. Portland Valley Partners has been developing this and identifying volunteers in our community who go above and beyond and make a difference. So I'm sitting there at the table, and I'm, like most good Baptists, the table in the very back row. So I'm way out of line of sight. And this person comes up. This is great. That's cool. And this person comes up, and I was looking at the program, and the gal presenting is a gal who comes to our church, sings on our worship team with me. Good friend. She's been with a good friend of ours for years. And all of a sudden, I hear my name, and I look up, and my name's on the screen. I'm like, and I look to my left at my wife and my daughter. Man, you guys are so dead. And the guy that walked behind me, I said, I'm not going to miss a meeting again. And so I was recognized for Black Belt Award, which just celebrates volunteers who go above and beyond to make a difference. I can't even remember what was said. I don't get speechless very often. You can ask Mike. He'll tell you. And it was an honor. And I texted the board. I texted the board too because I got the award, but it takes all of us to make this happen. It takes a board that understands our vision. Man, there's something blowing right now. My eyes are burning. It takes someone who understands a board that understands the vision and is willing to partner with the vision and move that thing down the field, move that ball down the field. And so it was humbling. It was pretty cool. That is dirt. Oh, it's my pleasure. It genuinely is. If you asked me 10 years ago if I'd be doing this, I'd say, I don't know what you're talking about. And here we are. It's just proof positive that my life plan's not in my control. So, all right, I'm going to step off because I really do have something in my eye. Unmute for the speakers. Got it. Go ahead. Is the feed over? Perfect. And the yeah, exactly. This is going to be fun with the traffic.
Okay, next up, a person who is a member of our Life Change program, a graduate, and someone who is an inspiration for so many. I'm going to welcome Jackson Conrad to the stage.
Fresno, we are muted.
Copy that. All right. Carl, can you go ahead and give us an audio test?
Check one, check one. This is Carl in Validation, Pocatello.
We hear you. And
Beautiful.
we have Matt talk to you and confirm that you can hear Matt.
I wonder if I just moved
Hey,
down
Carl.
to the ground, huh? Yeah, we'll just get a little closer that way. It's a little easier. There we go. We'll just run. Hey, Matt, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm awake.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Where are you zooming in from?
We're zooming in from Pocatello, Idaho.
Pocatello, Idaho. Nice.
Yes. And the traffic is now coming at this time, which is great. That's okay. We'll make it work.
The car traffic or foot traffic?
Car traffic. Yeah, it's that hour of the morning. We have a high school right down the road from us, so this is a good time to do it. The students will start showing up in about a half an hour.
Yeah. That's awesome. How's your bench gone so far?
You know, it's actually gone pretty good. We didn't know what to expect. Pocatello is only about 80,000 people, and we're actually just building. We are building this rescue mission right now as we speak, so we're not even operational. So we've been doing a lot of stuff on the streets, and so we've had some good conversations, especially at the beginning, from folks that are on our streets that we've been able to help. I forgot to turn this walkie-talkie off. That'll help. And we've had some really good conversations with some folks who've had some parents actually were on one of our one of our conversations earlier about struggles with their daughter in addiction, and then not 10, 15 minutes later, the daughter who is recovering, now 2 years clean, was also on with us. So it's been kind of cool to see that whole piece kind of take place. It's been good. First time
That's
ever,
awesome.
so we'll see.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's really cool getting to hear some of those stories from around the country.
Yeah, it's been fun to see that, and we've had like a lot of cities have had a lot of misconceptions, and it's just some really maybe just some bad ideas of what homelessness looks like, and we've actually run into some things here just in the last few weeks in our community. And so the timing of this conversation on the bench has been a godsend. And actually everybody that's been on the bench tonight has said the exact same thing. We're glad we're finally having this. We're glad it's out there in the open. We're going to have our mayor on here this morning, and we're going to talk through some things with him. We've got a great relationship. We've got some things we've been working on. So, like I said, this is the first time we've ever done this. Ran into all kinds of fun things at the beginning, but we got through it.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So tell me, how many? What's the homeless counts in your area?
So we are out of the state of Idaho. We're number 2 in the state in homelessness. That is a pretty high number. On any given day, there's about anywhere from, well, the nightly count has been anywhere from 80 to 120 people on the streets, and we know that here in Pocatello, that's about 4 times more than what that really is. So we're seeing quite a few folks. Pocatello is about 2.5 hours north of Salt Lake City. And so those resources get tapped out a lot. Folks come up this way. But the interesting thing about us here in Pocatello, I was sharing this with a group earlier, 94 to 96% of the people we're seeing on the streets are from right here in our community. So there's not a lot of transfer homelessness that's coming in. It's just folks right here struggling.
Yeah. So what do you look at the reasons why homelessness happens in your community?
Well, it's going to be a broken record, right? There's all kinds of bad decisions. We all make a bad decision that puts us in a position. Our biggest issue, of course, here like everybody else, is the lack of affordable housing for folks to get into, with follow-up care and programs to help them to get grounded and grow from that. In addition to that, we've got a challenge with livable wages. So they can get a job, but now they're getting 2 and 3 jobs, and they're still not able to get into a place where they can survive. And then obviously, like most cities, we've got issues with addiction, folks coming out of addiction or coming out of recovery, coming out of the prison system, and not having a safe place to land. They're reoffending and going back in within 3 to 5 months. We have a shortage here in follow-up in care from some of the legal side with probation and parole. Should be to them in about 30 days. They're lucky if they can get to them in 3 months. Well, by then they've reoffended and we're back in again. So that's also contributing to a lot of our homelessness. They go back in, they reoffend, they're back on the streets again, they're back using again. So it's a combination of all kinds of things that you guys as well are all familiar with as well.
So, I'm in an area of California where, people can live outside year round pretty much. But you're in an area where that I assume gets a lot of snow. How does that impact your homeless population?
It impacts them in the way that they go from a tent to a vehicle. We have a high number of people living in cars and campers in parking lots around here through the wintertime. And the added level of trauma is when they're in a parking lot, of course, the police come and say you've got to move, so they've got a couple layers of trauma to deal with there. And so what we're working on here in Pocatello right now is we're working with the city to identify a place where we can send all these vehicles, these campers to that's safe, that's overseen by us. But then now we have a place we can also send additional resources into for the winter months only. We know that's a challenge, but luckily our mayor's got a little bit of vision toward a piece of property here. He's buying into that a little bit, so we're hopefully going to have a place for that. But we have a lot of folks who will also compromise in the winter months, especially our women, that will put themselves in a very compromising situation just to get off the streets. And so we're trying to get this facility open behind me so that we can give them a better option, obviously, and also get them some education in the process.
So tell me about your facility that you're building.
Sorry, I had a big truck go by. Does that tell you about the facility?
Tell me about the facility you're building. Yeah.
So what we are remodeling a facility behind us, Valley Mission. It'll house our new our food pantry, and then we'll have a minimum 18-bed shelter that we can expand, emergency shelter that we can expand to 30 in our dining area if we need to. But the crux of the program is a transformational living program. It's a 16-bed dorm-style housing program. That is a 6-month program. They can come in. It's intense. They'll get everything from jobs and education, mental health, mental counseling, relationship building, conflict resolution, spiritual development, all the things they need, parenting, counseling, mental health, mental coaching. It's a 6-month minimum. They could go 8 months if they needed to, but obviously the goal is to get them in here, get a good assessment, give them foundational tools so when they leave the program, they're housed, they've got a job, they've got a vehicle. If they're in debt, we're going to help them get out of that debt. The model that we are stealing this from, not shying away from this at all, is Haven for Hope down in San Antonio. I think they're one of the best agencies in the country that have done this program. And so we've met with them a couple of times, have stole a lot of their information and their ideas, and we're just kind of growing with that on a much smaller scale here. They do it on 22 acres down there. We're in 15,000 square feet. But it's coming.
Yeah. Well, got to start somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely right. And this has been a great tool for us, too. We've, like many of us, I know that we've kind of been in that weird spot with funding last couple of months. And I'm proud to share with you guys here today that we've had some incredibly generous gifts here in our community, and that we have raised over $100,000 just since we started this event last night. And this is going to help us get our food pantry finished and moved over, which will free up our space at First Baptist Church where we are currently to open up our warming shelter. So this has been beneficial on so many levels.
That's awesome. So you raised over $100,000 just with this event.
Exactly.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's great to hear.
God is good, man, I tell you.
That's great to hear.
So we're just honored to be a part of this. We're glad we could do this. We don't, as I said, we're kind of building this thing from the ground up, and so we didn't jump into a lot of the CEO to CEO calls because we really haven't established those relationships yet. But it's been fun just to listen and kind of see what's been going on and to hear some of the conversations that have been happening either on here or on the walkie-talkie app, as I call it, the intercom. So.
Well, I think that's a great thing about this event is it's hard to mess up. There's not like a single right way to do it, and I think the unique thing about it is it's not like we were talking earlier and I was trying to encourage people when they're getting nervous. It's it's not like hosting a banquet where if the food doesn't show up, the whole banquet's ruined, right? Or your speaker doesn't show up, the whole banquet's ruined. And there's going to be glitches and there's going to be glitches and internet's going to go down and something's going to happen, but it's 24 hours.
Yeah.
And nobody starts watching in hour 1 and watches all the way to hour 24.
That's right.
And so I think it's all gravy. I think anything that happens, you have time with conversation, you have time with a few breaks and some breaks in there, and I think it's all good. So so I'm glad you've had a good experience with it.
Yeah, it's been fun. We've had our glitches on the front end, like everybody, like you said, internet goes down, it just doesn't work. But we've kind of kept that same attitude here. This is it's casual, flow with it, go with it, and just let God do what He's going to do. It's what was cool for us. We had some people scheduled, like all of us did, and things happened, and just some of the conversations that came naturally from people who walk by. Or we had our food pantry open yesterday at 3:30, and folks are in line and connected with that. And so we had some really spontaneous, really kind of deep comments that came from folks that have been struggling or are in that process right now of struggling. And so it has been a genuine joy just to be a part of this. And so we're grateful that we got to jump in with you guys. And man, I haven't had a chance to meet you, but I've kind of followed your work down there, and I love what you guys have done on this bench for all these years, and it's been such a great example for us. So thank you for that. We appreciate your leadership on that.
Yeah, we're glad that it's been a good tool, and glad that everyone could participate. And in the past couple of years, I've sat on the bench outside and done the same thing that you guys are doing, and this year it's been kind of a pleasure of action. So we're kind of running mission control here, and so we have a big room with a bunch of monitors and some TVs, and so we have all these different benches that are kind of playing around the room that we're switching back and forth from. And so it's been kind of cool just to kind of see what's happening and being able to enjoy, kind of communicating and, joking around. I challenged a bunch of my friends to a push-up challenge across the country too. So I've been getting people to do some push-ups, across the country here and having some fun with it. And, I was watching my friend Jack Crawley from Water Street sleep last night at 3 a.m. So I decided it'd be a good time to call him. Good call him in the middle of his
That's right.
his sleep, right? And I could see him wake up and check his phone and then click me off.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I tell you, we're just kind of new to the Citygate network as far as getting connected, and it's been fun just to watch. On different calls, we were doing the CEO calls, and we were doing all the calls to get ready to come up to this piece. And what I really appreciate about Citygate Network is the camaraderie and the brotherhood, the sisterhood that exists, the willingness to be sharing of ideas and resources, but also to be able to have fun with one another. I mean, this is difficult work, and it's challenging work. And so to keep our sense of humor, we talk about it with our food pantry all the time. It's like, hey, we want you to come. We're weird over here. We want you to just come experience our weirdness, and so we're looking forward to really getting connected and growing within the Citygate network as we get really into this piece here pretty soon. So
well, that's great. It's certainly a great network of people, and I think that's the best part about it. You get to know some really, really great people along the way. So yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Well, thanks, man. I'm glad you're having a good event, and wish you the best of luck. And
thank you.
Closing out, you're on the home stretch now.
Yeah.
And hopefully you got a little bit of sleep last night, maybe.
Not a bit.
Not a bit. Yeah, I didn't either. I tried to lay down, but I can never sleep on these sinking things. But I always feel that when you start getting closer to that end date, that end time, you for some reason you just get a second wind. You kind of feel the momentum of the day. And I I don't know, the sun comes out, starts hitting you, and it just feels good. So
Yeah,
and I look forward to our prayer or our concluding prayer. So
sounds good. We'll look forward to it as well.
yeah.
All right.
Well, it's good meeting you. I hope to run into you at the next conference.
Absolutely. Same here. They're good to meet you.
You too.
All
Take
right,
care.
Take care.
A big thank you to ABC Communications, a leading provider of communication solutions in Pocatello, Idaho. With over 25 years of experience in the industry, the company has built a strong reputation for its commitment to delivering reliable, cost-effective, and innovative communication services to businesses of all sizes. Thank you, ABC Communication, for supporting Valley Mission Conversations on a Bench. Thank you to an anonymous donor for your incredible generosity in providing a $50,000 matching gift for Valley Mission Conversations on a Bench. Your gift will double the impact of every donation, empowering us to provide critical resources to individuals in crisis. From safe shelter and nutritious meals to counseling and mentorship, your support ensures these lives are filled with hope and opportunity. Because of you, many people will have the chance to thrive, to heal, and build a brighter future. On behalf of Valley Mission and every life you're touching, thank you.
AKA my daughter. And Kia is, what is your,
So my title is the operations manager for the Idaho Food Bank out in eastern Idaho.
Yeah. So we've been doing food bank stuff since 2010. And then we just did the Fresh Rescue, a few years ago?
I think you guys have been doing it for a while, but we kind of all made it official with everything and gave you more because you give it out and you move it quickly.
Yeah. That was one of the things we talked about earlier today is the fact that doing the Fresh Rescue used to be the food bank would get it, hold it, and share it, and then it would be bad by the time we got it. And you said, no, that's not going to work. And so now we go pick it up directly from the stores. I think with the 2 convenience stores, we're up to 14.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it could be anywhere from, there's some weeks it'd be, light 3,000 pounds, but I know that we've had
weeks in the past where we picked up and it's been 8,000 pounds of food.
Oh yeah, our grocer outlets are amazing with supporting the food banks and what we do, because they fully understand that this product is consumable still. It may not be the prettiest produce, but you trim it a little bit, it's still great produce. It's great product for our neighbors to have. And when we get to be out of the middle of it and our partners get to have it immediately, that makes it so much better.
Yeah. And our guests absolutely love it because the value of the product has gone up. Same thing. But the assortment's gone up too, because now we're going in. I remember being in the food bank volunteering a couple times. We get the meat in. Okay, got to sort it. It used to be you had to sort the beef and the chicken and we do that here now, and we get the bulk of that product because we're just picking it up on those certain days of the week. And now with our connection with Winco that was added a year or so ago, we're also picking up on Thursday, which gives us additional products. So that's been huge. You guys provide food bags at the food bank for folks that are homeless on the streets. That's all just really shelf-stable stuff, right?
It is. So they're shelf-stable bags, anywhere between like 8 to 12 pounds of food. They're not specifically designed for homeless folks. So sometimes when somebody comes in and identifies that, hey, I'm living in a car, I'm in a homeless situation, my team will actually put something together for them right then and there. So that way it's products that they can use. We're not going to give somebody, some macaroni and cheese that you have to cook on a stovetop. You have to do all these things with it. And then during the summer months, we really love it because our neighbors in this valley are extremely generous and they bring in a load of produce. And so my team up there will actually grab some of that produce and give it out along with these things. So that way our neighbors aren't getting just that shelf-stable product. They're getting that fresh produce as well. And it's really cool connection because it's locally grown here by their neighbors.
Yeah. I'm laughing because in the back of my truck right now is something from Chris and Kristen. 2 boxes of cucumbers and peppers that I forgot to take over to the food pantry yesterday. So they'll be coming back home. Well, they should be okay till...
They'll be fine.
They'll be fine till next week. Yeah. I'll put them in the cooler. And we get that a lot here, too. We have guests. If you have produce at your house, apples are coming in right now. You've got all your cucumbers. Please keep your zucchinis. We'll take them. We have fresh product that comes down here every Wednesday. It comes actually throughout the week, and we give it all away. There's nothing that goes to waste. Just so you know, that are watching us that don't know this, so we get, like you said, not all the produce is always perfect. Mm-hmm. So we have to cull some of that bad stuff. None of that goes in the trash here. That product goes into what we call the pig box, and we have a pig farmer here in town that comes and gets that product and actually feeds the pigs with it. So we're helping get some tasty pork in our area.
Absolutely.
That's what I like.
We do the same thing at the food bank.
Yes, you do. Yeah. So do you guys ever, you're at the food bank, you're down there on First Street, block down the road, you got the Aid for Friends, but do you guys ever deal with the homeless issue down there?
We do. Our location here in Pocatello is a little more different than our main facility in Meridian and even our one up in Lewiston, where we have a lot of foot traffic around us. We do have a lot of resources around us, such as Aid for Friends with the Homeless Shelter. We have Seeka not far away. We have the college right there. And so we do get quite a bit of foot traffic and quite a bit of a wide variety of folks who come in. Specifically, when we're talking about homeless, last winter, there was this lady, and it's never going to leave my mind or my team's mind because we spent the entire winter with her, essentially. Her and her partner at the time were homeless, and so they were living in a van in the parking lot right across the street from the food bank. And our team would kind of just peek and go check on her, make sure she was okay. Come to find out that at some point in time, her partner had gotten arrested. So it was just her and this dog in this van. She was heating it with propane heaters. She would come over and use our potty, which we were gladly let her do. She'd come over and get food bags from us. And so we reached out to Valley Mission and said, hey, I know you guys have the Street Reach program. I think it was just starting or very early in its conception. And it's like, can you guys help her as much as you can with whatever you can, even if it's just that, hey, we're going to reach out and have that connection with her. And so through the entire winter, I saw Stuart, I saw Taz, I saw all sorts of different people come over weekly, sometimes multiple times a week, just to come check on her. And eventually you guys ended up helping her get a license, get her out, and get her back to California with her family. But that's just one story of folks that we have. We had a gentleman come in yesterday when I wasn't supposed to be there, looking for one of the other resources here in town, which was 10 blocks away. He had no idea that the homeless shelter was just down the road. So we gave him the information. He went out, and as I was leaving, he's pulling a very large street trash can with him behind him and his pup and going towards the homeless shelter, which is great because they have great resources for him as well.
Absolutely.
But it's a problem and an issue that's here in town that not everyone sees, except for folks like us who are in this world, and we see it frequently.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting. I don't know if I ever told you one of the encounters we had with, let's call her Jane in the van. Shortly after her partner got arrested and she reached out to get help, couldn't get help. One of the visits that we went to, and we had Jess with us at that time. We walked up to the van and we were like, that's a lot of propane. And we couldn't see the container. And we opened the van up. She had the propane tank inside open. And what she was trying to do is end her life. And, excuse me, had we not made that contact and you not made that contact with us, we began to build that relationship. I'm terrified how that would have ended. So it's having the partnerships with agencies in town like Kia and her team, but it's letting people know that they can reach out to other agencies to say, can you please check on this? We get calls from Parks and Rec. Hey, we got somebody. Mm-hmm. That's what we do. Because, we don't have homeless here in Pocatello. That's a bad joke. I should stop.
It is a really bad joke.
I'm going to have some of them here in a moment come and share their story on what they're dealing with.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, and one of the great things in this valley specifically is our nonprofits work so well together. We don't have this, this thought process of we're competing against each other.
Yeah.
We work well together because I can be an expert in moving food. My team, we move food really, really, really well and really efficiently.
One of the best in the state. Not that I'm biased. A little bit. That's just fact.
But I can't have all the resources to help folks who are dealing with housing issues or dealing with medical issues or mental health issues, but I have friends and I have colleagues who do, and it's a matter of a phone call or an email and it's taken care of.
Yeah.
So that's one of the great things in this valley. It's not a common thing across many cities that I've been to, and so we're really fortunate here to have these wonderful partnerships and collaborations with our nonprofits, with our partners like Valley Mission and Aid for Friends, to be able to help our neighbors in need, because at some point in time, everyone's going to need help. Like, that's just what we do. When nobody learned how to tie their shoes on their own, we all had to learn from somebody else.
Yeah.
And so when we can reach out and help each other, it helps create a more cohesive community. It helps create a more peaceful and wonderful place to be in. And Pocatello is getting there, but we have a long way to go, especially working with our most vulnerable populations.
Yeah. I'll put you on the spot. I didn't prep her for this one, but I want you to be honest. So, and that way you'll get back into the wheel. Little joke there. And I'm going to ask this question of a couple more guests coming up later today. What do you think the city can do better to help us, to help the nonprofits really help with this homeless situation? I mean, you've been involved in different places, you've been to different agencies, you've been to different meetings, you've had people from the city all over connect with you. Is it really a lack of understanding and awareness, or is there something more that you think we can do with the city, or vice versa?
I think that's a open-ended question. That's a loaded question.
Loaded question. It is, absolutely.
I think, honestly, one of the first things that needs to happen is, and I'm going to say this very bluntly, shut up and listen.
I agree.
Actually intentionally listen and show up. When you're invited to go somewhere, go. You're not, if I invite you to the food bank, I'm not going to put you to work and make you scrub the walls or pack thousands of pounds of potatoes. Like, I invite you because I want to have you learn from our experiences, or what we do. There's a lot of misconceptions about the population that the food bank and our partners that we work with serve. And so listen with intent and then find where you can fit. Because not everybody can do everything. Some people have certain powers, some people have certain talents and abilities. That's great on them. Use your ability to help somebody else. I can guarantee you, if you have a skill, it can help somebody else. It can benefit somebody else. If you're a great mechanic, you can help a mother or single father who need help with their car.
That's right.
That's a really simple thing to do. You can teach a young child how to work on their car as they become an adult. That creates a better population for all of us. But for our city, they need to listen intently, and they need to show up when they're invited somewhere. And if I invite somebody, if you invite somebody, I'm not going to necessarily ask you for money.
Right.
Yeah, money is part of what we do because we have to purchase food, we have to keep the lights on, we have to do all those things.
Right.
But if I'm inviting you, that means I want you to learn from me. I want you to learn from our neighbors. I want you to learn from my team. And learning is the biggest tool that any of us can have.
I agree. And that just having the ability to understand what the nonprofits all do and to understand the population we serve, I think you're right. I think that's one of the biggest things that we're missing. That's the only way we're going to make this change happen. We can't do it. We can't throw money at it.
Mm-mm.
Not that we're going to say no to the money, but that doesn't solve the problem. It's just like when we talk about housing first with the homeless. You stick them in a house is not going to fix the problem, but they've been on the streets their whole life. You put them inside four walls, there's going to be a level of insecurity, anxiety, fear, anger, frustration. What do I do? What do I do? And they're going to be back on the streets.
Yep.
And so there's a lot. I keep saying this because not to put her on the spot, but one of our board members had a friend tell her that the homeless population in our community is fabricated. Come with us on Street Reach, right?
Yep.
So that's huge. That's huge. It's my daughter. What else am I missing? What else do you think we need to throw at folks?
The other thing I would want to encourage folks to kind of challenge their own mental states.
There you go.
My partner's a former police officer, and he had a very jaded's not the right word, but he had a very specific state of mind when you look at certain people. And I have constantly reminded him, and he's gotten a whole lot better. He actually told me that the other day. Got to peacock a little bit about that one. Yes. But I had to remind him, you don't know people's situation. You have no idea what happened to get them from point A to point B, and it can be completely out of their control. And that's okay. Life happens. Life sucks sometimes. Let's be real. Life is not the greatest things in the world every now and then. But being able to look at somebody, put your own judgment and your own bias in the back of your head and just act out of love and kindness with people, it changes people's days. A simple smile will make somebody's day so much better.
Yeah.
And so when you see folks who are struggling, either on the street or even in your own life, have that 8 minutes. Have that 8-minute conversation with them of just how are you doing? What can I do to support you? It doesn't mean that you need to pay off their debt. You need to pay their bills. You need to do all these things for them. But having that kind conversation with somebody does so much more in their life beyond the physical help that they might need in their space.
That's exactly right. It's funny as we're out on Street Reach and we're connecting with folks, especially the first or second time. First time is usually hi. Yeah, thanks. Second time is because they just need someone to listen.
Yeah.
They just need to know that someone cares. 8 minutes. What's that cost you?
Exactly.
So good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks for stopping by.
Absolutely.
Thanks for my caffeine.
I know your vices.
Yes, you do. Kia Shaw with the Idaho Food Bank. If you guys need a place to go with your work team and volunteer, connect with Shayla over there at the food bank, and she'll get you connected. It is the holiday season. Good luck getting on because those lists fill up in May, June. Yeah. But if you want to go check it out and be a part of that, are they starting to take signups for the Thanksgiving distribution yet?
First week in November.
First week in November for volunteers?
Oh, no, that's already starting.
That's already so. If you want to help with the volunteer distribution, let me just tell you, don't show up the day of because you're going to get sent home. Because this is a planned out event. They've done this extremely well for all these years. So if you want to be involved in that, they go online to volunteer. No. Get a hold of Shayla at the food bank because that's going to fill up fast. When is that happening? November 22nd is the turkey distribution, Thanksgiving distribution. What do we call that? Come get a bird?
Yes.
We got to come up with a cooler name than that. No, we'll figure that out. Okay. Thank you, sweetie. Thank you so much. Thanks for the coffee. Helps if you hit the mute and unmute button. We've been at this for a while. I was doing a Zoom call earlier this morning with the director of the rescue mission in Fresno, who's actually what we call Grand Central mission control for this whole thing. And as I'm talking to him, I'm going to see him do multiple times the dude's yawning. I get it. Thanks, Matt, for doing all this stuff. So I'm sitting here on the bench with Daniel Harrington. Daniel's been part of stuff here at Valley Mission, but how did you get connected with us, and why are you still here?
So I had been going to First Baptist for I think a couple years before I joined Valley Mission, and I was in high school when I joined Valley Mission, and it was just I would walk to and from school because I lived in Old Town down here with my parents, and I would see all the folks just walking around, just in it. It just made me want to get involved because I wouldn't want to be in that spot.
Yeah.
And I would see them sleeping in alleyways or sleeping just wherever they could go, and I don't think I could just try to figure out where I could live or where I could sleep for a night.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, you look around town and gosh, there's a park right here, but look how busy it is.
Yeah.
Look how loud it is. There's not a lot of cover over there, and why would you want to have to make the decision, right?
Yeah.
You've got family that takes good care of you, so that's good. And you were helping us with stuff with the food pantry, which was, you got to see some of those folks too. Because a lot of our folks, you don't know that, maybe a lot of our folks in our community that are homeless will utilize the Valley Mission food pantry. And it's fun having them come through the line because, I shouldn't say fun, that's probably not the right word. It's fun for me because I get to build a relationship, but they'll say, "Oh, I have no way to cook that food.
Yeah.
I don't have a way to keep it cool." And it's funny how we take that for granted.
Yeah.
You know? It's like I'm gonna go home tonight, I'm gonna stick something in the microwave and cook some popcorn on the stove and open the fridge up and grab something, and we just tend to forget about that. So it's good that folks, especially when you start with a younger age, that kind of gives you a different perspective, doesn't it?
And I also see that they have a hard time finding places to stay for the night because the local police will kick, they can't just go sleep in front of a building, or they can't just go sleep in a park.
Yeah.
So it makes it even harder for them.
Yeah.
I notice a lot of them will go down by the river over here, and I'm sure they get kicked out of there.
It depends on where they're at.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got folks that are currently down by the river that we try to go and connect with and try to do a little bit of service with them, and hopefully we can get them placed soon. The problem is the resources are kind of limited, you know. It's one of the reasons we're trying to get this place open here, so we can have some of those things, those resources available. So what other things are you seeing that might help you understand how we can help people? What other questions do you might have?
I guess I would like to know more about the program you're going to have in the building over here.
Sure. It's interesting too because there's a couple of different things we're doing inside Valley Mission. Of course, down here we're going to have, in this space behind us, this will be our food pantry. So it moves from over at First Baptist over to here. And then right behind that is the 18-bed emergency shelter and a medical clinic. But we also have space in there in our dining area that we can actually add another 12 to 15 beds, so we could go from 18 to 30.
Okay.
So that'll give us some additional people off the streets, right? So that's just on the first floor.
Yeah.
But the key part of this whole building is the Transformational Living Program, which is a 6-month program that happens upstairs.
Yeah.
So let's say you're on the streets and you want to get your life on track. You come in here, we do an assessment and an intake, and we say, okay, let's tell you what this program is going to look like. And then you get moved into one of those dorm rooms, and you get put through the screws put to you. We're gonna really take you through every facet of your life, help you with finances, help you with relationships, help you with conflict resolution management, help you with spiritual growth and development, help you with learning how to get and hold a good job, learning how to manage your expenses and your income, how to get you out of debt. You know, when you graduate the program after 6-8 months, whatever it might be, you're going to have an apartment or a place. You're going to be out of debt. You're going to have a vehicle. We're going to give you a coach that's going to walk with you a minimum of twice a month for an entire year. So we're going to give you all the tools you need but you have to work at it. Yeah, there's going to be people, we are saying this up front so people know this, there will be people that want to be a part of that program that will burn out.
Yeah.
They're going to realize it's a lot of hard work.
And what if they go through the program and they do end up back where they started? Are you gonna?
They can still come get help.
They can come back.
Yep. If you fail, doesn't mean you failed us.
Yeah.
You failed yourself.
Yeah.
Because we're going to give you the tools. You have to put them to practice. So once you do that, and we're going to walk you through that, we're going to help. We're going to help you through that. We're not just going to say, "Go learn this. We'll check on you later and test you." You're going to fail. We're going to go, "Okay, pick yourself up. What did we learn?" You're going to fail again. Pick yourself up. What did we learn? And then we're going to celebrate with you. You know, one of the things that we struggle, that our group on the Hill struggles with, the Pocatello Women's Facility, they struggle with this idea of self-worth. We treat them like they're property.
Yeah.
We treat them like they're something that I don't want to talk about.
Yeah.
It's just unreal. That's the reality of what it is. So we have to reestablish what your worth is. We'll do that. We do that by utilizing the spiritual components as well, because that's where God comes in. And so there's a lot of pieces that.
So you're not that you're hoping, but you're thinking they're gonna fail in the program, so that they don't get back out on the road after the 6-week program and fail again. So you're hoping that they.
Yeah.
They not hoping.
Well, no, I hear you. And so if they've been here for 6 months and they didn't connect, there's failure on both sides.
Yeah.
So what did we miss that they needed?
Yeah.
And we don't want anyone to go through any of our programs to think that they're a failure.
Yeah.
Everybody learns at a different pace, in a different way. We, in that 6 to 8 weeks when they're here in their first beginning, there's a lot of assessing that will go on. There's a lot of hard conversations, because everybody that's coming through this program has dealt with trauma of some kind. We got to get to the bottom of that. We got to figure that piece out. I had a gal earlier today, yesterday, just Friday. It's Friday, hey! A gal yesterday that had lived on the streets for 2 years by herself in her vehicle. And when she finally got help with Bella Nicole, a company here in town, she thought she was okay. But when she got into the program and they really started pressing into the trauma, she realized she had some mental health issues that she was not aware of. And when you're on the streets, you don't see all the things you're struggling with. You see what's before you today.
Yeah.
You see the challenge before you today. You see the problem. You see the things you've got to try to, how am I going to eat today? Where am I going to get shelter tonight? Those are what you see, and you don't know what it's doing to your mind. So that's why we say 6 to 8 weeks to really unpack that.
Yeah.
We know that based on what other shelters have done that are doing this around the country, we're not the ones that invented this, not by any means. The ones that we're partnering that we're mimicking a lot of this from is from a group called Haven for Hope in San Antonio, Texas. They've done this for 15 years. So I was just there in July talking and visiting with them and trying to glean some insights from them. And it was interesting to hear how their first 2 and 3 and 4 years, there was all this adjustment going, because it's a moving target.
Yeah.
It's amazing. So good stuff. Good question.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. How are we doing on time? Okay. We're going to go ahead and let it wrap up. We got to get ready for another feed, but thanks for stepping on the bench.
Yeah.
And thanks for helping out next door. That's huge.
Okay.
We'll get you in reach here pretty soon.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, DJ. We'll see. Daniel, DJ, whatever. Big Eagles fan, in case you were wondering.
Thank you to an anonymous donor for your incredible generosity in providing a $50,000 matching gift for Valley Mission Conversations on a Bench. Your gift will double the impact of every donation, empowering us to provide critical resources to individuals in crisis. From safe shelter and nutritious meals to counseling and mentorship, your support ensures these lives are filled with hope and opportunity. Because of you, many people will have the chance to thrive, to heal, and build a brighter future. On behalf of Valley Mission and every life you're touching, thank you. A big thank you to ABC Communications, a leading provider of communication solutions in Pocatello, Idaho. With over 25 years of experience in the industry, the company has built a strong reputation for its
get the privilege of sitting. Get the privilege of sitting.
Well, welcome everybody to this conversation, which is Well, welcome everybody to this conversation, which is
There we go. Thought I better get back on the bench. We were fighting fighting the wind. Our canopy over here is trying to take off. Even though we have it tied down. We're just waiting on one of our guests to arrive here a little bit, and we were hoping that we'd have one of our couple other our folks from the streets coming and joining us, so we're waiting for them to return as well. So we're in that kind of that gray area, that kind of downtime here. So we'll see you at 8:30. Is that correct? Okay. So hopefully we'll have that guest up here pretty soon. We're just kind of fighting off some of the wind. You're going to hear some buses going by because it's that time of the morning for folks to kind of be here. So if you're just joining us for the first time, I just want to let you know we are just honored and blessed to be able to share that we have a $50,000 matching gift that's been given. So we're trying to raise as much of that as we can. If you're in a position to help give toward Valley Mission's cause, you can go to valleymission.org and just click on there. You're welcome to come down here and see us. Maybe you want to come sit on the bench, maybe talk about your experiences with homelessness, addiction recovery, mental health, mental illness. We'd love to talk with you about that. As Kia so eloquently said just a moment ago, people need to listen and hear what's going on. So we welcome folks to come be a part of that. But the matching gift for the $50,000 will really help us get this part of the facility open, which is right behind me is the food pantry. So that'll allow us to get the fire sprinklers in to this food pantry area and get it capped off, ready to go. Electrical installation in the walls. The plumbing, as I've said before, the plumbing is already into those places, so it's ready for hookup to fixtures. We'll also have to activate the water line, but it's already in. And then it's just really, it'll be fun because now we're talking about getting ready to sheetrock and actually seeing walls and rooms and talk about flooring pieces. So that overall cost to get all of that done is just under about $300,000. So if we could take the gifts that have all come in, we could get half of that here pretty quick, which would be really amazing. So if you're in a position to give, we'd love to have you help us out with that. We thank the family that gave last night, gave a gift of $5,000 toward our other gift that was a $25,000 match. And I believe that one almost got matched. I haven't checked all the numbers yet, but I also know we have some other money coming early next week as well as this weekend. So I do want to just say, for those of you that have been a part and have followed us along, thank you. Thank you for believing in what we're trying to do. Thank you for supporting us. And thank you for partnering with us. There's many of you that have said, I want to walk you through this journey, and I want to do that with you. And so that is invaluable to us. So thank you so much for that. And thank you to all the partner agencies that we work with. I know I'm not going to get them all, but we've got the Pocatello Free Clinic. They're a big part of what we're doing inside. They're helping us design our medical clinic space in here. They've also provided us with some equipment, including a table, scales, some medical lights that we're going to need. We thank, I can't tell you enough how much I appreciate the guys, Kyle and the Benji and the crew over there at Center for Hope South, the work that they do with us. The team at Aid for Friends, the housing group, the folks at the shelter, we do a lot of partnership with them. That's been amazing to be a part of what they do. We are really building those relationships. We do a lot of great stuff with the Rock Church. They provide a lot of clothing for our ramp our remote access mobile partnership we do once a month. Dr. Nan, our veterinarian, does amazing work, and she gives of her time and her resources, and we're grateful for all that she brings. The Southeast Idaho Behavioral Crisis Center, Best LLC, those guys, what they do, they come out on ramp as well, and they just help offer a lot of care. They're also the reason we have haircuts available on that third Wednesday of each month. And to see those folks get their haircut, their face shaved, man, it just puts a smile on their face, and they just beam from ear to ear. That really makes a huge difference. We're grateful for that. And we've got other churches that are involved in us that help financially support us throughout the months, which has been phenomenal. And that helps us take care of our day-to-day things that we deal with. I'm tired, and I'm trying to think of the rest of some of these agencies that we partner with. I'll get more of them later. I'm not going to try to force it right now. School is in session next door to us here, so that's where some of this traffic noise is coming from. Looking at my notes. While I'm waiting for our next guest to arrive, let me actually just share this story that came in last night. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. One of the guests that was here with us last night, one of our volunteers, had a family member who she knew her story and was talking to her on the phone, had her jump online and watch what were the conversations that were happening, and tried to encourage her to come down. And she was just honest. She says, I don't think I can do it. I think I'll just break down too much. I just can't do that. And about an hour later, I get a text from her. She said, "You're welcome to read this." It was emotional just to write it. So I'm going to just read it just as she wrote it. And her name is Kayla. And this is what Kayla had to share. She said, "My mother lost custody of me when I was 5 years old because of an overdose. We had just been evicted from what seemed like our 10th apartment just that year, and she and her friend had scraped up enough money for a motel room for that night. I woke up in the middle of the night to my mom on a stretcher right outside and what seemed like 100 people in our room. I became a ward of the state that night and never got to experience having my mom again, and 20 years would go by before I would be reunited with my brothers. She has been in active addiction for over 20 years now and has lived on the street off and on when she can't find a friend to stay with. In 2023, I decided to look for her. Right before finding her, I found a tent in the middle of an open field that belonged to her and some other people. No one was there in that moment, but I found her a couple of blocks away, sitting on the side of the street. Even though it had been so long since I'd seen her last, and she looked quite differently than what I remembered, I instantly knew it was her. My brothers and I had offered her resources and any help that she might need, but you can't help someone that isn't willing to help. That isn't willing to help themselves. This has, of course, affected every aspect of my life, from my childhood, teenage years, adulthood, and motherhood. When the weather gets cold, I worry about her being out there and wonder if she's safe or not. There's not a day where I don't think about her and pray that she will turn her life over to God and get the help that she needs. Right here in Pocatello. Thank you, Kayla, for sharing that. That's tough. I can't even comprehend how that affects you, even though you shared some of that. We can't pretend to understand because we've not been there. But we need agencies to come together to help give you the support, help your mom in that, to give her a safe place. We're working toward get this facility open so we can help folks find that safe place, get that hope, get that encouragement, change their way of living. So thank you for sharing your story. We hope and pray that your mom will get help, and hopefully you will help us. Maybe we can connect with her, whatever that might look like in due time. So we appreciate you sharing that. So thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and I see in the corner behind the light, my next guest has arrived. Come on up, my friend. How are you?
Doing great.
Good to see you. You can grab that microphone and we'll pick on you here a little bit. Mayor Blatt, in case you don't know, Mayor Brian Blatt. That was from earlier. Yeah, okay. I've had several show up since. Never tell people you need coffee.
They'll bring it.
In droves. It's awesome.
That's good.
And they bring donuts and they bring bagel sandwiches. It's been kind of nice. So
that's good. I feel empty-handed. I should have brought some. Just a minute, I'll be back.
You can leave. We'll wait.
That's right.
The donut shop is right here on the corner.
Mini donut. Right on the corner. It's not far.
I did have someone tell me they were going to come down and do Dutch oven donuts.
That's right. You promised the Dutch oven donuts.
I did.
Before.
I've been let down.
Where they are.
Darren, no pressure.
That's
Big shout out to Darren. Darren is the guy who owns and operates ABC Communications, the tech company here in town. They set up all of our tech stuff inside. The building didn't have tech in it. We had the fiber optics. He came in, laid all the cable, got us connected, got a hard line in. We're live in there now. His guy spent hours here, and he donated all that to help us make this happen.
Darren's always willing to help, no matter where it is
He's
or what
amazing.
it's for. He is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, he's good people.
That's a great shout out to Darren.
It is.
for sure.
We really appreciate him. So you and I have got some experience with this whole homelessness thing. We've been trying to figure this out for a long time.
Over a decade, I think.
I think so.
I really do. I think our
I think
first
you're
meeting
right.
about this was back in about 2014, 2013, 14, somewhere like that.
That's true.
We've been trying to figure out what to do and how to help it. And in fact, the one year we were able to I think it was 2015 or 16. We really put a good coalition together.
We did.
And we did a lot of work, and they did everything they could do. There was an initiative by the First Lady that year to end veterans' homelessness.
That's right.
And Pocatello, we were able to end it for a few months, I think, is all. And it's just one of those things that it's a tough one to get a hold of.
It is. It is. And I think one of the things that we were able to put together, I think it was 2017, we started trying to figure out this whole winter thing and this whole warming shelter thing, and we really, it was hard because we lost somebody the year before.
That's exactly right.
They died in the elements.
Well, no, I don't remember. No, that was after we had done that, and the person that passed away was a person that we actually had helped, gave a voucher.
That is true. They had the voucher in their pocket.
And just didn't go.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
they unfortunately drank themselves to death.
Yes.
That's what did it.
Yeah, and that was a tough thing, but it's so hard to wrap our arms around it. We've since 2017, I think you're right. It was we had our first meetings about warming shelters, and we've been fairly successful, but we just need help. We've got to get people out of the elements.
Yeah.
We've got to be able to help them do what they need to do to survive.
Yeah, and we're up against it again this year because the one shelter we had that was doing the warming shelter is not going to be available.
That's
because
right.
They're doing a lot of remodeling, which is good. I'm glad for that. So we're trying to get this thing open. The food pantry moved over here, which will free up the space over here that we had before. So we're working on it, but
it is a work in progress, and I don't know if we'll ever get ahead of it, but I think we have to be prepared for it.
Yeah. Well, at least this year we got ahead of it by starting in June and not December.
So that's right. Well, there have been years where we've gone, wait a minute, it's really cold outside.
Exactly.
We need a meet.
It's been a journey.
It has been a journey, and it's a tough one. And what's interesting is you think about it when it's cold outside.
Yeah.
But we don't think about the cooling shelters in the summertime when. And so we've been able to get ahead of that a little bit too, and kind of put some things out there for people and help when the temperatures rise, up over 100 degrees.
Yeah.
You really need some help with people.
That's tough here too. That temperature is not comfortable.
No, not at all. So, but most importantly, the cooling shelter, and for sure this time of year, how we help people stay warm.
Yeah. So we're trying to figure out some other ways to help, like with the homeless population that we connect with. One of the things we've discovered the last year and a half doing street reach is there's a lot of people living in their vehicles, living in their campers.
Well, let me tell you, first of all, to have an organization, a group, have somebody care about the homeless enough to go out and find them.
Yeah.
And reach them where they are. Go to where they are. Don't wait for them to come.
Right.
I have to thank you for everything you've done on that part of it. I know you don't do it for the accolades. I know that you really do it for the love of people and stuff, but just the whole idea that we spend time, hours and hours, looking for people so we can help them. It's an amazing to have people like you in our community that does that. Now when we get back to we find people. I don't think people realize how many people live in their cars and in their campers, and they move from one place to another, and And it's tough to stay on top of it.
It is. We've been talking too about trying to find a place to, in the wintertime, is there a place we can get people to congregate? And I know that's going to be seen as a homeless encampment, and that's a problem. But what I hope the community will understand is moving them in the winter it's a trauma to those folks. And I get we have laws that you have to obey those, but
absolutely,
it costs them money to put the gas in their tank to move to that next location, and then again they've got to reestablish that location, and 7 days later they're gone again.
That's exactly right.
And that's hard. So if we had a place that we could say, okay, we're going to put them there, and then have a group like Valley Mission and Partners actually manage and oversee that. What I love about that idea is now they're going to go to this parking lot right here. That's where they're going to be. Great. Now I can send a free clinic.
Absolutely.
And they can do triage right there. I can send Aid for Friends housing, or I can send whomever. We can all go. And what's beautiful about that is we can all go now, and we're not trying to track these people down throughout the week.
That's exactly
because they don't always
right.
make the appointments, right?
Yeah.
So I know we're looking at some stuff right now. We won't go into the details.
Well,
but
but I think it's important for people to know and understand that we are looking.
Right.
That we are trying to figure out a way to make this happen. I mean, it's illegal to camp, and I'll put that in quotes, in city limits and stuff, but it's not illegal if we approve it.
Right.
For an area for them to be able to stay
right.
in. And
for a short term.
For a short term. And if we can help them, I mean, we can get propane to them, we can get electricity to them, we can do some of those things if they know where to be and we know where they are. And like you said, we can get the free clinic there. We can have people go there and actually minister to these people that need it.
Yeah. The other thing I thought about too, that we haven't even talked about this, but so our Chief Shy has done a great job with really training our officers here to really connect with that population in a positive and encouraging way.
Absolutely.
And respectful and humane way. And so I think for our, if we could get this established, now our police officers, when they have to move those folks, now feel like I'm not busting them, I'm not harassing them, I'm giving them an opportunity to find a place of rest that will carry them through. That helps those guys and gals feel like they're actually contributing to their crisis, if you will.
Absolutely. Well, it helps both sides. I mean, the people that are in the encampment or staying in the area, call it what you will, they don't feel like they're being targeted. They feel like, okay, the police are here to help. The police don't feel like they're just trying to kick somebody out or they're being forced to kick somebody out, because that's the last thing our police officers want. They want to be able to help people. I mean, that's why they get into the business.
That's right.
And so it's one of those things that it's a difficult, very difficult thing to navigate through, but we've got to be able to do it somehow in a very humane way.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate your support and your partnership in helping us get some of these things done in the past and in the future as we look forward too. So.
Well, I just wish we had more resources.
Yeah.
For it. We can have all the opportunities in the world, but you need money.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, I mean, that's really what it takes, is you need money to help people get what they need. You need money to help people get food. You need money to help people get gas. You need money to help people pay for electricity, pay for basic services. We need money for that. And sometimes we don't have that.
Yeah.
And so we can do as much as we can do, and then we need a little bit more.
That's right.
It feels like no matter what it takes, it feels like we just need a little bit more.
It's almost like the proverbial 2 steps forward, 1 step back.
That's exactly right. It really truly feels like that.
Yeah.
I mean, we laugh about it, but I think we're laughing because it's true.
Yeah.
And so it's something that we just have to figure out how to make this happen. We do have a lot of really, really good partners.
We do.
We've got a lot of really good partners, and I'll tell you, Valley Mission is really taking the lead on this, which is something a community really, truly needs.
Well, and we're hoping to take the lead with other partners as well. We want to be the starter of a conversation and the starter of maybe a movement. We're not the solution, but we're part of it. And the collaboration, as you well know, that we have amongst the nonprofits here in town. I think Kia was just on the bench a minute ago and said we don't have a competition. We have cooperation.
That's what's really neat, and that's what we found in 2017.
Yeah.
when we pulled everybody together, what we really truly found was there's more people that are collaborating than we ever thought would be.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, it was amazing to have. What did we have? 30 different.
It was a lot. It was over 30
people with. Well, it was over 30,
Yeah, it was.
but we had I think every organization in the community, and really truly, they just wanted to help.
Yeah.
They don't care
They
who
did.
gets the credit. They didn't care any of that. They just truly just want to help.
I got to brag on what he did. So we were talking about this before. We were having a meeting, and I think it was Ernie. Was Ernie with us at that one, or was that?
No,
it was. He was
just,
after.
Yeah, it was just you and I.
And so we're like, gosh, why can't we get this? What are all the resources? And you asked, so what's available in our community? And we're like, well, there's a lot of stuff available. We don't know that. So he brought us all together. Didn't do it in one. We had to do it in two.
Yeah.
And it was hilarious because we all got up there, and he gets up and he goes, listen, I'm going to give you 2 minutes. He pulls his phone out. I'm the timekeeper. And he sets his timer, and he's 2 minutes. And so we're all going, okay, here's who we are, right? And bing, the time's up. Next. This is Mr. No Compassion right here, right? We didn't care. But it was cool because what happened out of that whole thing was not only did you say it, but several of us in the room said, I didn't know that was here.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I've been in this ministry, this business, this service. We had that here?
That's right.
And so I think that you're right. Back in 2017, a switch got flipped with all the nonprofits, and we said, why are we fighting and competing? Let's do this together.
That's exactly right, and that's what we found out. We need to do it together, and we can do it together.
Yeah.
And I just have to defend myself on the 2 minute thing. I did give him 2 minutes. That is true.
He's a clock Nazi.
Come on. I was absolutely a clock Nazi. But there were 50 people in there.
There were.
We had a 1 hour meeting, and I can talk for about this stuff for hours.
Yeah.
And so can everybody else in that room. So I had to put a time limit, and 2 minutes seemed like a good time.
Fair.
And it worked.
It did work.
But from that, we started getting more meetings and having more meetings, and all of a sudden collaboration.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden everybody was rowing in the right direction, in the same direction.
Yeah. And there were a lot of really cool meetings that happened outside as a result of that within actually some organizations as well. Go, did you know that we're kind of duplicating this over here, and we should probably clean that up and let these guys do that better? And it really kind of fine-tuned. It could really kind of help us fine-tune what we were trying to do with what we're trying to do next here in this building.
Well, and we had people that started giving referrals to other organizations that they didn't know existed before.
Yeah.
If they couldn't help somebody with something because of some red tape that's in the way, they were able to give it to somebody else so that they could, which was important.
And one of the neat things that's happened as a result of a lot of that groundwork. So when our street reach teams, when we go out to the homeless encampments every week, it isn't just Valley Mission that I'm taking. So right now we are partnering with, like we take free clinics. So we have the case manager, or we take a nurse with us. We have Aid for Friends Housing. Their team comes out. We have people with VA services. So when we go into the encampments, they see that collaboration alive and working together for the common good of that individual we're trying to connect with. And every time I come back, I'm beaming from ear to ear because of that success, if you will, of letting people know that we're all just trying to help you be a better person. And
that's absolutely true. And it's neat to have that. Not every community has that.
No.
Not every community has people that will set their egos aside, go do what's best for the people they're trying to serve.
Yeah.
And which is just incredible to have that kind of partnership in our community. So
we can brag about that one.
We can brag about that one. Carl and I have had a lot of very good, hard discussions, quite frankly, that we haven't always agreed.
Yeah.
But we've always come to the conclusion that what is best for everybody is what we really are looking for. And I remember one time sitting down at lunch and talking, and Carl saying, excuse me, this just isn't working. We've got this problem, and me saying, look, I don't believe you. because I just had a meeting that said this, and it's just the opposite. And so we sat down and we went through things, and we were actually kind of both right.
Yep.
But both wrong at the same time.
Exactly.
So, but it's been one of those relationships that we just have to keep in our community, working for the betterment of people.
Yeah.
One of the things I think we have a problem with in the world, quite frankly, and Pocatello is no exception to this, is oftentimes people don't look at people as people.
Right.
We look at people as objects.
Yep.
And if we want to really truly help people, if we really want to get to that Christ-like love and Christ-like help that I think we want to achieve,
Yeah.
then what you have to do is look at people as people.
Yeah.
If we don't, if I look at you as an object, I can kick you,
Yeah.
and it doesn't mean anything to me.
Right.
I can push you over, I can roll right over you, and it doesn't mean, I can say whatever I want to say.
Yeah.
And you could do the same. But if I look at you as a brother or as a father or a grandfather or, any of that stuff, somebody with feelings that feels pain and really truly is doing their best they can, if I really truly look at you like that, I can no longer
Right.
do that to you.
Right.
Or anybody out there. And so when you come up on somebody that looks a little bit different, if you look at them through those eyes,
Yeah.
it's a whole different experience than if you just look at them with somebody that's, they're just there. They're a nothing to me.
Yeah.
And I think that happens a lot with homelessness.
Yeah.
Is people look at people that are homeless and think, well, they don't have to be.
Right.
They could change it if they want to be.
Snap judgment on that.
They're this or that, and all of a sudden they become an object
Right.
and not an actual human being.
Yeah.
And until we get people looking at people as people,
Right.
we're always going to have a stigma around homelessness and all kinds of different issues. Homelessness, mental illness, just you name it.
You name it. Yeah.
We're going to have it.
Yeah.
But when we start looking at people as people,
Yeah.
that have basic needs,
Yeah.
that's when you're going to start seeing communities change, people change, and that's when you're going to achieve that. I think the goal that we all have.
Yeah. No, I agree. And Kia said it well a little while ago when we were talking with her. She said, I said, Kia, what do you think needs to happen in our community? She goes, people just need to shut up and listen. She goes, 8 minutes. Can you take 8 minutes to look at a person, to hear their story, to hear where they've been at? I'm like, that's huge. Because if you take 8 minutes, what is that? 8 minutes of your day? Really? You can't give up even 8 minutes to try to be someone and to see them the way you said, as an individual, as a grandfather, as a father, as a son, as a brother, knowing they've got problems and challenges. So what? They're on the street, but they still have the other issues. The street is a result of their choices. Do you know what those choices were? I don't.
Don't have a clue.
Don't have a clue.
And maybe it wasn't a result of their choices.
Exactly.
Maybe it was a result of some happenstance that they just fell into.
Yep.
You don't know until you know.
Exactly.
And
So you
8 minutes. That's really pretty powerful.
Yeah.
Give somebody 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Give a stranger a smile and a few minutes. And
That's right.
People love to talk.
I'll tell you, it's interesting when we go meet a new homeless person or our first contact with a person on the streets. It's usually very short, very curt, because they don't know me from Adam, right? They don't know our team. They don't know anybody. By the second visit, and we begin to build a bridge, we start to have a little more conversations. And it's funny because I can almost gauge them in a 5 to 10 minute window.
Oh, sure.
It's interesting because now they're seeing that I really care, our team really cares, whoever's in front of them, and that all we're trying to do is help make them feel like they're more than what their circumstances are dictating they are.
Absolutely.
And it's just amazing. It's the power of the human spirit is just incredible.
Well, we build walls because we're afraid of what's coming at us.
Right.
And so it does take a visit or two.
Yeah.
Because they build a wall, we're trying to take a wall down, and hopefully we don't have any judgment as we're going in. If we do, we have a wall.
Yep.
That they have
put
to
it
take
up.
down.
Yep.
And so if we can take those bricks out of that wall,
Yeah.
and make that happen, and that's what you do.
Yep.
When you go and visit, and then you go back,
That's right.
And people are worried about what they don't know.
Yeah.
And they're afraid of what we're all afraid of what we don't know and understand. We're not afraid
Yeah.
of what we know.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I could talk with you all day. I know you got things you got to do, but
We've
anything
got
else that we need to...
we've got great things. I'll stick around as long as you want. I think this is great. What a
You're just waiting on the donuts.
That's what I'm waiting. I'm looking for that Dutch oven to come. I really am. I think that maybe he's around the corner. I don't know.
I don't smell him yet.
I don't either. No, it's great, but I do think that there's a lot of things we can do as a community to help people in need, and I think sometimes we miss the opportunity because we're not looking for it.
Right.
And that's one thing that you have done, and the Valley Mission's done, and the organization that you've put together have done. You go and you look for them.
Yeah.
And you try to find an outlet to help them in any way you can.
Yeah.
So we've got a great pantry here. There are a number of pantries throughout the city that are non-judgmental.
Yeah.
We're not looking at people as, well, you could have changed your circumstances and stuff. We're just looking to help.
Yeah.
So
it's funny, people ask us what are the requirements to come into the food pantry here. We're like, it's real simple. We have one question, like, okay, and they get ready for it. I said, are you hungry?
Are you hungry?
Right. Pretty much it, because that's what we care about.
Yeah.
We don't care about why you're here. Exactly right.
You can't help people without their basic needs being taken care of.
Yeah. Yeah.
And once you have the basic needs taken care of, now you can start helping people.
Yeah, exactly right.
But it's amazing to see what we're able to do here.
Yep. Excited for the future.
I'm excited for the
Can't
future.
wait.
I think that we're gonna be okay. I think that we've got good people doing good things, and I don't think it's by chance. I think it's on purpose.
Yep.
That we're doing these things.
Yeah.
I honestly don't think that we were put here to be in our own little silo.
No.
Which is a whole other thing. I could get on my tangent there on we literally put people in silos, and we have to tear those silos down. If you're going to have peace and you're going to have good things happen, you have to tear silos down and not silo everybody out. And I won't get in my soapbox there, but it doesn't matter what you look like, what you believe, where you are in life. We all have our challenges.
Yep, we do. I was just thinking too, one of the things that's cool about Valley Mission's ultimate goal of once we get everything open with the transformational living program and the shelter, we didn't come up with this. We didn't create this. There's other rescue missions across the country who are doing this. The one that we're stealing a lot of this from is Haven for Hope out of San Antonio. So what's really cool about what we're doing and how it's happening is it's going to be unique for the state of Idaho, especially for Southeast Idaho. We have other missions across the state who are doing things, but not all these things under one roof. So we're stepping into some really unknown territory. So it's terrifying, exciting at the time. So it's excitifying.
Excitifying, I like it.
But what a great opportunity for Pocatello to be on the forefront of that. Right here, we're trying new things, and we're experimenting, and we're just trying to find new ways to really help better our community, and we're excited for that challenge. So,
well, what's neat is for Pocatello is we do have people like Valley Mission, an organization that is the tip of the spear.
Yeah,
I mean, ultimately, and it is an example of how things can work and what can happen here in Idaho, but not only Idaho, in the Southwest, in the Northwest.
Yeah.
We have an opportunity, and people are watching.
They are.
I think people are watching, and they're paying attention to what's happening here, and to have it happen right here is great. It's not always the best thing in the world to be the tip of the spear.
Right.
But something like this, it's incredible to be the tip of the spear on that.
Well, we're grateful we have your support for all this stuff too, and we look forward to trying to get this thing figured out before winter. No pressure.
Well, no pressure. It's cooling down a little bit.
It's a little silly.
There's no pressure in getting it going. But you know what? We'll get it going, and it will happen.
Yeah.
I know
we
it'll
think
happen
it will.
because we've got good people doing good things to make it happen.
Absolutely.
So,
okay.
Thank you very much.
You so
Thank you
much
for
your
being
time.
here and everybody tuning in. This is a great event.
Yeah, it's been fun. One of the cool things that's been reverberated throughout every conversation has been, thanks for having the conversation.
Yeah.
Thus, the conversation's on a bit. I'm like, that's what we have to do. So
absolutely
awesome.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. I feel like I'm getting kicked out. I'm going to go get some donuts.
Yeah, I know.
And we'll go from there.
I like that.
Hey, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Thanks for taking the time, man. I appreciate that. I really.
Thank you to an anonymous donor for your incredible generosity in providing a $50,000 matching gift for Valley Mission Conversations on a Bench. Your gift will double the impact of every donation, empowering us to provide critical resources to individuals in crisis. From safe shelter and nutritious meals to counseling and mentorship, your support ensures these lives are filled with hope and opportunity. Because of you, many people will have the chance to thrive, to heal, and build a brighter future. On behalf of Valley Mission and every life you're touching, thank you.
Word out and let people know that there are some really interesting and backwards thinking opinions about what is going on here. So we've got to change that narrative. We've got to change that. We've got to just start talking about it, folks. I want to keep reminding you that $2,000 match is out there. I think I haven't checked right now, but I know we had some money come in. We may have already achieved that, but I'll double check after Mike gets done. Or you're going to visit Greg, or you're going to visit Greg.
He brought you your blanket.
He brought me my blanket. I'm going to keep going. You good? Okay. Come on up, Rick.
You said you needed to say more, so there you go.
I did. We're going to need it. This is Rick Cheatham, one of our city council members here and a big supporter of Valley Mission. I told him last night at our dinner, I said, I might need a blanket. So I got my blanket. You lost me. Thank you. Did I lost me?
Yeah.
We're having a fun day today with our stream. It's not live yet. It's backing up.
Please stand by.
That's exactly right. That's kind of what it feels like. 1, 2, 1, 2. Back into it. Back into it. Well, brother, thanks for being here.
You're welcome.
Glad that you swung by and just kind of said hey. And what are you what do you think we need to do about this homeless issue going on in our community here?
Well, homeless issues exist all across our country. I am surprised that the homeless issue is as serious as it is in northern tier states. In the summer months, this is a beautiful place to camp out or live on a park bench. But come the 1st of November until the end of March, this is a tough place to be outside when you have no place to go to stay warm and get a hot meal and stay comfortable.
Yeah, it's a challenge. And it's funny because if we don't have places like 80 Friends, they're going to be full. But if we don't have them, then we'll have a problem. We're working on, of course, as you know, working on getting this open so we can open up our warming shelter space. But man, it's interesting what we've discovered doing the street reads the last year and a half plus is in the winter months, there's a lot of compromising happening on for people, and they're putting themselves in some unhealthy situations. Especially women will compromise to get out of the cold. And that's not good for them, it's not good for their physical or mental health. We have people that take advantage of that. We have people that will take advantage of folks and give them an empty garage that has no heat and charge them money to stay in a place. At least they're out of the elements, but again, it's not really the solution or a viable solution in my mind. So
it's not a permanent solution.
Exactly.
It's a temporary answer to a need, but it doesn't solve the problem.
Yeah. That's why we got to get this place open. It'll be, again, not the permanent solution, but it's part of the solution. If we can get Valley Mission open with an 18-bed plus emergency shelter, that's great. But then, like I was just talking with our last guest, if we have supportive wraparound services with education, with accountability, then we'll take them from being that statistic, if you will, on the street to, wow, we've got someone who's now going to contribute to society, somebody who's going to be paying taxes, they're going to get a wage, they're going to finally get rent, now they're a contributing member of society as opposed to being a consumer of the resources. And I'll tell you from the resource side, and you know this just from talking to other agencies, we're getting pretty stretched. Our numbers are going up on the streets, and it's starting to hit us.
Well, all the agencies feel that hit. Yep. Whether you're in working on homeless, whether you're working on food shortages, whatever the social needs are, they're worse and worse. And with the attitude of most governmental agencies and a lot of nonprofits, it's going to get worse.
Yeah.
It's not promised to be any better in the near future. About 10 years ago, I was over talking to the principal of Pocatello High School, just down the block from you, a street across the street. And she told me at that time she had 42 students at Pocatello High School that were couch surfing.
Yep.
They had no permanent home. They had no place to go, and they were living on this friend's couch and that friend's couch for a day here and a day there. And that, to me, is tragedy when you look at 15, 16, 17, maybe 18-year-old kids who haven't got a home.
Yeah.
And we have no...
How are we doing on... Oh, you can't tell me yet, huh? You got me in the house, though? Okay. We're going to be... Our feed's a little delayed, so we'll... oops, let me put that over here. Let me make sure this is on quiet, because it's already been ringing. Oh, I had it on quiet. Beautiful. Is it good? Okay. Hi again. We're back on the bench. I'm here with Terry Fredrickson, New Day Products, Pacific Rim, Gate City Grays.
Baseball, yeah.
You're all over the place, man.
Yeah.
It's been crazy.
Yeah.
Been a good year, though, huh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a great year.
You guys been staying busy over at the shop and
Yes.
counseling and such.
Yes. Yeah. Really busy.
Good deal.
Yeah.
So one of the things we're talking about today on the bench is, we're talking obviously about the focus is on homelessness, but it's also on addiction and recovery and mental health and mental illness. Had a gal yesterday, she was on the bench and she was sharing with us Oh yeah, we'll grab the microphone when you start talking. She was sharing with us that she lived in her car for 2 years and felt like she was pretty good, but she knows she needed help. But she finally got a way to get connected, and Bella Nicole was a place that she connected with. And she said, you know what, Carl, I didn't realize that until I got into a place where I could get the help that I had mental health issues. And I thought, what a great catch.
Yeah.
Because we think about it the other way around. Oh, they're on the streets because they had mental health issues.
Yeah.
What do you see in that is happening in our community? Do we have that many people on the streets with mental health issues, or is it the other way around, or a combination of both, or
in my take, Carl, everybody has mental health issues. I mean, everybody has things that affect them and their mental health. I mean, we sometimes stigmatize mental health, and we only look at certain things that are mental health, right? We say, schizophrenia or bipolar, but the reality is we all kind of go through ups and downs of mental health, right? We have peaks and valleys, and we might go through a rough patch in life. We might have an event that has set us off, and so again, the power of talk therapy, right? The power of being able to talk, and sometimes we think that we envision the counselor with the couch, and no, sometimes going out for a cup of coffee with your friend and saying, I'm in pain.
Yeah.
I need to talk. I need to get this out of me and hear your unsolicited comments back as a human.
Yeah.
And we connect. I mean, we used to sit around the campfire and we would tell each other stories as in the very beginning. And we went, oh, wow, there's power to this, right?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, thanks for telling me about that tiger over there in that valley. Let's avoid that. Oh no, thanks for telling me about the berries in that valley, because that would be great to go get before winter. And so we had that human connection. So a lot of times therapy is nothing more than just that ability to have someone else help us navigate our path.
Yeah, it's interesting. As you're saying that, I'm thinking about as we're out on the streets connecting with our homeless that are in encampments or in vehicles. We make that first connection, and it's usually like, oh, okay, they don't know us from Adam. But by that second connection, it's interesting as I think back to a lot of those conversations, there's a different look in their eye. We have this, it's the beginning of a trust relationship, and they feel safe. And that, I just never really connected that with their mental health. I just thought they were getting comfortable with us.
Yeah.
But where they were breaking down barriers, we were breaking down barriers. Had no idea. So it sounds like, too, that we might, as a culture and a community, have labeled automatically the folks on the streets incorrectly.
Absolutely. And remember, I mean, all of us have trauma. Something that's changed drastically in the years of mental health is someone would come into our office and we'd sit down with them, we'd say, this is your trauma. We don't do that anymore. We let them tell us what their trauma is. This is my trauma, right? Because we go into situations like that and we make assumptions. Oh, you're homeless because of your trauma. No, that might not be the case. There might be something completely separate to that. So I think one of the best things that we can do as we approach people that are struggling is just know that their struggles are our struggles. And how I would want to be treated is how they would want to be treated. And it's it's a principle of trust. Yeah. Once there's that trust established, we can start to get past all that other stuff. Put all the other valued stuff aside. I trust you, you trust me. Now we can build this relationship.
Absolutely. Oh, that's huge. What do you think some things that we can do in our community to help, not just educate people, but what do we need to do to really help get help to the community? I can't even say it right. I don't even know. Locally, regionally, statewide. I mean, gosh, mental health is such a forgotten need.
Yeah.
That's the best way I can say it.
Well, there's two very important things, Carl. Two vital things we have to do. Okay. First and foremost is we have to educate. We have to inform, right?
Yeah.
Now that we've been enlightened, it's our job to share the message, right? To tell people, hey, this is not weird. This is not abnormal. This is normal. This is okay, right? So that's the first thing we have to do. Now, the second thing is especially since 2015, statistics have shown us, since the increase of everyone having a smartphone and being able to access social media, we live in a very hopeless society. Mental health concerns and certain diagnoses have skyrocketed as people continue to engage in this fake reality that turns into a hopeless reality.
Yeah.
It is. Our social media is full of hopelessness.
Yeah.
So we need to preach a message of hope. We need to go in and tell people there is hope. There is a way out of this cruelty that we see on a daily basis in social media. There is hope. Educate and preach hope. Two of the most important things.
That's huge. Yeah, this is. It was. I think it was my wife was reading an article about something, the impact of a physical impact of kids and their cell phones and it affecting the neck, and it's all these new traumatic things that are happening, and we don't even think about that piece of it, let alone the mental side, mental health side of things that we're doing. Is there anything on the horizon that you see from whether state or local or even federal that's going to give us more resources or more help to get more mental health into our community? Or
yeah. First and foremost, realize that our adolescents are being bombarded with a landslide of lasciviousness. I mean, they're being just bombarded on a daily basis. So again, one of the things that we need to do is continue to hold up that torch and to show people that it doesn't have to be this way, or it doesn't have to do that. So especially working with adolescents, your example is powerful.
Yeah.
They need to see it. They need to be aware of it. And you don't even know that you're doing it, right? I mean, they're watching you out of the side of their eye. And it's funny because I've had kids that I've worked with, and they'll say things like, well, I knew that they cared, but I didn't know that they cared until this. And it's something as simple as, hey, you look nice there. Hey, way to do this. Or, hey, a simple compliment for an adolescent can go a long way. So I think, again, to answer your question, we sometimes look and say, well, what do we need to do as a society? Carl, what do we need to do as a society? My suggestion back is, what do I need to do as an individual to start making that difference?
Yeah.
What would I want my son, daughter, brother, mother, dad treated like? How would I approach that?
Right.
Yeah.
Takes a village.
It does.
And it starts in the home.
It does.
That's a good point. That's a really good point. Wow. I like talking to you.
Oh, thanks.
You redirect my thought. You just help me get connected. It's been fun. One of that I was just sharing with the mayor a moment ago that one of the things that's been neat about this whole event is, it's called Conversations on a Bench. And every time I get done, they're like, man, thanks for having, you mean the conversation? Yeah. And I think if we just start talking about it.
Yeah.
And start, my Kia was up here too, and she said, if we would just, for a moment, just shut up and listen. Start talking and then listen. And let it go back and forth. Let it be a two-way conversation. And put this away. Yeah. Tuck it away. Leave it in the car when you go have coffee. Yeah. And as I connect with these folks that are on the streets, I'm hearing the same thing from them, that people just don't want to hear my story. People don't want to take time. They just assume that I'm this way because of this, or I did this because of that. We don't know until you get to sit and talk to them. You don't know what their story is. You don't know what put them in that spot. And I think one of the gals that we were working with on the streets for about a year and a half now, was living in her truck with her bird, which was odd, but that's what she had. That was her comfort. And we approached her, we worked with her, we talked with her, but there was always something a little bit off. We knew there were some things there, but we began to start looking at it from a different perspective. What are we looking for versus what are we listening for? And that was huge for me when one of our team members that was with me on the team did that. I'm like, I didn't thought about that. Because what the eyes see is not necessarily what you're supposed to be hearing.
Yes.
So that's been a challenge. What are some things you guys are doing over at Pacific Rim or New Day that's really kind of helping connect folks to some new things around our community? Like you got doing a lot of counseling stuff, which is great. New Day does a lot of great stuff, but what are some things that maybe folks don't know that you guys do that can help folks in our community?
Yeah. Before we go there, let me go back and just address one other thing. You were talking about the woman in her car and stuff. All of us have what we call the adaptive child. Okay, when we were born, and our goal was to survive. Right, we had to figure out, we had to adapt to our situations to be able to survive. Right. And so one of the things that keeping this in the back of your mind when you're working with someone and they're doing a behavior that you may not quite understand, remember that they may have reverted back to an adaptive child of survival. And so again, it's funny because I've helped couples and the wife says, well, he just balls up and doesn't say anything and sits in the,
Yeah.
and I go, well, that's probably because that was his adaptive child of survival when mom and dad had their issues. So I think sometimes taking off the lens of you're an adult,
Yeah.
and I'm going to view you as an adult, you better act like an adult,
Yeah.
and saying, well, what is this adaptive behavior? I had a young woman who came to me, and I got all these messages. Oh, Terry, she's a manipulator. Watch out. She's a manipulator. And I opened up her case file. Oh, manipulation. Within one session, and I'm not trying to do an attaboy Terry, but I realized there was no manipulation. This was negotiation. All of her life, she had negotiated to survive. She wasn't trying to manipulate me. She wasn't going to go home, go back to the place she was living, and think, oh, I really took advantage of that counselor. I got him. No, she negotiated her survival. She wasn't manipulating me.
Interesting.
A simple change in phrase, looking at it from the adaptive child, the negotiation terms, can make a huge difference in someone's life. Huge difference.
That's huge. That is huge.
Yeah.
I'm stealing that one. I'm going to use that out of the streets, man.
Yeah. This is an adaptive child behavior that we're dealing with. And as all children, we can help them learn better behaviors. By simply saying, would you mind if I showed you a better way to handle this?
Yeah.
And most people go, well, sure. Instead of saying, you need to get your stuff together, get out of this car, stop living with a bird, what the heck are you thinking?
Yeah.
Because that's our human nature to jump to that, to look at that and say a rational adult would not behave this way.
Yeah.
A rational adult wouldn't use substances like that. No. But an adaptive child would.
Right.
That's how they're surviving. They're numbing the emotions they're bombarded with.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's good. I think we tend to judge
Yes.
too easily.
Yeah.
And if we take it from a different lens, like you said, the judgment then turns into a better understanding and a better way to connect with that individual at the level we try to connect with them. That's good.
Yeah.
That's huge. So, New Day Products does great stuff in our community.
Yeah. Yep.
So, by the way, Terry World, this is going to some of the other rescue missions across the country.
Awesome.
So, but I wanted to give you a chance to talk about New Day and Pacific Rim too. And
so, New Day Products and Resources, we have over 100 people with disabilities that are working at New Day. We provide an employment experience, right? We don't provide a job, we provide an employment experience. New Day's, our mission statement is, don't diss my ability. Okay?
Yeah.
Don't diss my, play on words.
Yeah.
But really, everybody who comes to us has some ability. And our goal is to find that ability and to build on that ability, or to accept that ability for what it is, and allow those abilities to provide an employment opportunity.
And there it all goes. Nice catch.
What's weird is the wind's going this way and that way. Yeah. This is
fun. Welcome to Idaho. Whoever's watching this, wherever else. Anyway, back to New Day.
Yeah. So providing those employment opportunities, getting people working, it's a great experience. We just celebrated 50 years. We're now going on 54 years being in the community.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea.
Yeah. So just absolutely a wonderful program that's had a long legacy of helping people.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I had no idea.
Yeah, 50 years.
Wow.
And then Pacific Rim. So I guess I can be a little vulnerable with people out there. I did not go to school to be a counselor. I don't know if you know this or not.
I think you told me.
Yeah, I really wanted to be an attorney.
Yep.
My goal was to be an attorney. My goal was to make a lot of money as an attorney. That was really my goal. I was very focused and valued on financials. And I had an experience. I just graduated from college. And my brother and his roommate were using heroin together in their apartment, and they both passed away. They both died of a drug overdose. And so I left the pursuit of law, and I went back to school and dedicated myself to counseling, specializing in substance abuse therapy. So I did that. When I graduated, I worked with adolescents for 7 years. That's all the gray hair I have is from 7 years of adolescent work.
Absolutely.
And then I was able to work with adults in the evenings. I worked with children and young adults in the afternoons, or in the day, adults in the evenings. And I eventually went to work with people with disabilities, but continued to work in the evenings with adults with substance abuse And in 2018, I was offered the opportunity to take over Pacific Rim, to own Pacific Rim, and I took that opportunity. And about 6 months into it, my wife actually left working in the legal field, and she came over and runs Pacific Rim, and it's a family adventure, I guess is the word
That's
I'd use. She runs everything. We do the counseling and the therapeutic stuff, but she's the one that makes sure the ship is sailing in the right
That's right.
direction. So yeah, very blessed.
That is cool. I like what you said about your motto, your statement from New Day Products. Don't diss my ability, and helping everybody has an ability. I'm going to steal that for part of that for Valley Ministry.
Yes, yeah.
'Cause, you know, the folks who we're going to be helping are coming either from the prison system, they're coming from some pre-work at Aid for Friends, they're coming off the streets, they're coming from different places, but a lot of them are coming with little to no value, little to no hope.
Yeah.
We want to break that cycle.
Carl, we get stuck on, again, this goes back to our perceptions of people. We as a society oftentimes will look at a person's disability, and that's how we categorize them. It's how we label them. Oh, they have this disability. Taking that step back and saying, no, wait, what abilities do you have? We're not going to focus on your disability. Again, most people that get referred to New Day, it's they have this disability, they have this disability. Now, time out. What's their abilities?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We work with the other stuff. We make it work. Yeah. So how could we help our community with the issue of substance abuse and people who are going through that? What's a good way for, if somebody comes up to me and says, Carl, I've got a family member, and I don't know if I'm helping them or hurting them. So I know they're using, my son, I had an example that came in the other day on Facebook. I have a son who's using, am I enabling him by giving a roof over my head, or should I kick him out on the streets? Like, how would you respond to that?
Yeah. That's an easy answer. When you're dealing with someone that has a substance abuse problem, the most important thing you can do is have full transparency. Okay?
There you go.
A lot of times, again, because we've made substance abuse this moral delinquency, we have a tendency to morally discredit the person that's using the substance. Going to the person and saying, I love you so much, and to see you take this substance is killing you. And you know, I mean, I've seen this with, you know, big drugs, right? Methamphetamine, fentanyl. But I've actually watched families come to someone and say, we feel like you're abusing food, and you're using food to deal with your emotions, and and you're killing yourself with food, right? I mean, a full transparency. We that radical conversation that has to occur. So if this person would contact me, the thing I would ask them is, have you had a conversation that wasn't a fight? Because a lot of times how dare you use drugs at my house? What is your problem? You know, have you had a conversation? Have you expressed to them truly how you feel? Do they understand that? Now, at that point, once you've had that conversation, you would want to set boundaries and say, hey, if you're going to do this, you can't do this in my home. That's not okay for me.
Right.
And you can't. I don't want to watch you die. This is not okay, right? And I'm going to ask that you get help, right? And here's some options for you to get help.
That's right.
But you have to remember that person has to want to do that. Now you've set the road work. You've made the boundaries. Now I'm going to hold your hand as much as you want me to, but I'm not going to pull you. You're going to need to pull me.
That's good.
Okay, I'm going to give you, instead of a hand out, I'm going to give you a hand up.
Yep.
In your addiction, and I'm going to be there. I'm going to be your biggest cheerleader.
Yeah.
Because I know what you're doing. We don't have to hide it.
Right.
And I'm going to be here for you. And I'm going to pray for you daily. I'm going to ask God to help you with this, because again, drugs take away the light. They take away the spirit that is in everyone. Yeah. And I'm going to be here. And I'll tell you, Carl, the people that I've really seen succeed, couple key ingredients. One of those key ingredients is having a support network and having a faith that they can be, there's a power greater than them.
Right.
To restore them to some form of sanity. I mean, I don't define that power for them. For a lot of people, it is a belief in God and in the redemption of Jesus Christ.
Right.
For some people, it's other religious beliefs. But I've seen success when they have that power, because when all else fails, that power's there.
Right.
That power is pulling them up. Hopefully, I'm not getting too preachy, but
no, you're good. You're spot on.
Okay.
You're spot on.
Yeah.
We are a gospel rescue mission.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, there we go. I didn't want to get preachy. I don't want to cross.
You could have kept going, man.
I work for the state, so I gotta draw a line. I gotta be careful what I say. And I do that. I make sure people, as soon as they start saying that, I make sure they know that the resources to get help.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and I think that, man, that in of itself was huge. I mean, I'm thinking, because we've got people that have those conversations with us, and we had a couple here last night that actually lived that out with their daughter, and so it was good for you to kind of unpack it like that. They said it from their lived experience, but didn't go into details. But they had that transparency. They had those boundaries. They had that. They drove 12 hours because she was in need and went and got her.
Mm-hmm.
Dropped everything because that's what family does.
Yeah.
We've lost some of that in our culture, but if we could just get back to that, what a concept that would be.
I've had family members that I have said, I'm very family principled, and your substance abuse is violating my principles of the concept of our relationship. Yeah. And if you choose to continue to do this, unfortunately, I have to choose to set a boundary.
Right.
Right? Because I can't enable you to hurt yourself. That would be morally wrong and against my principles to support your abuse of yourself. Yeah. So at this point, I've set that boundary, and unfortunately, I have a family member that I love with all my heart. I pray for him literally every morning, every night. I send him light and love. I pray for him. But because his behaviors, he continues to choose to hurt himself, I've had to set that boundary. And I pray every day that he'll be protected and watched over and guided. Yeah. And I think he is. Yeah. I think sometimes those things come in the not so nice ways that we would like them to be. Sometimes, those involve flashing lights behind you, and I think that has helped him, whether he, sometimes forced help.
Yeah, whether he sees it or not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's good stuff, man. Thank you for taking the time.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing your heart as well as what you do.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to, as we get this puppy open, to really try to figure out how we can do some more partnership together, because I know you're going to be a big part of helping change lives in here, especially the ones that are going through the transformational living program, the 6-month piece. We know that we've got to rewire, help people rewire and get back in a place where they can discover their worth, their abilities, and also their value. I mean, value that God created them to have, and then the value they can bring to their family, their community, all those things. So
absolutely,
I'm excited.
One last thing, if it's okay,
absolutely.
Again, to answer your question, I really, if anybody that's watching this, anybody that can hear this, please know this: what you have to give, people need to have. A lot of times we don't think we have anything to offer, and we do.
Yeah.
You do. You have so much to offer. And again, in this hopeless society that we live in, your story, your hope, what you have to give, people need to have. So give it away. Yeah. Don't hold on to it. Give it away. Give it away. You were given certain gifts. I believe that God gives people gifts, and those gifts are given to you to be given away. So give it away.
Absolutely.
Yes. Thank you.
Absolutely. He'll be in the pulpit on Sunday.
No.
Thank you, my friend. Terry Fredrickson.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks. Mute that.
Thank you, sir. You know, it was last fall I had the opportunity to take one of those spontaneous vacations. And so I hopped on a plane and headed back east with my wife. I don't know about you, but I often take pictures outside the aircraft. I don't know why I chose that photo. Anyway, thank you. I'll be here till Thursday. As I flew back east, we got up to cruising altitude. The flight crew does what they normally do. They come out and they start working the cabin, and the flight attendant got to our row, and she said to the gentleman on the aisle, "Sir, tonight our flight includes an in-flight meal. Would you care for dinner?" And he goes, "Well, yeah, that sounds kind of nice." She said, "What are my choices?" And without skipping a beat, she looked right back at him and she said, "Well, yes, sir, yes or no?" You love a flight crew with a sense of humor. Well, I think she had a sense of humor. You never know. You know, if I were to ask that question here in the room tonight, what's for dinner? We would have a myriad of responses. Everything from, well, we're out tonight, let's just go grab something. Fast food, fine dining, and everything in between. For some of us, it'd be like, you know what, let's just grab something on the way home. We'll whip something up. There's something in the fridge, something in the freezer. We'll make it work. Choices would be endless. But for a large portion of our population here in southeast Idaho, and specifically here in Bonneville County, and I would dare to venture that even tonight in this very room, there's a percentage of our population, when you ask the question, what's for dinner? They don't answer with, I don't know, where do you want to go? They answer with yes or no. Yes, when we go home, we'll have enough food in the fridge. Or no, we won't. Yes, we'll have enough food for today, but tomorrow, and when the kids go back to school on Monday, we don't really know. I know what you're thinking. Welcome to the party, Danny Downer. Right? But it's a very real problem we have in our community right now. See, we have a perception problem in our culture of who is impacted by poverty, who is impacted by hunger, and who's impacted by not being able to live the life that we really want to live. There was a study done recently by the United Ways of the Pacific Northwest, and it was a study determined to look at what this group of people is that's really suffering, that's really struggling. This report is called the ALICE report. You may have heard of this. ALICE stands for Asset Limited, Income Constrained, Employed. And what the ALICE report did for those of us in the volunteer sector that serve in either food pantries or shelters or other social services, it identified what we already knew, what we used to call the working poor. And what it did is identify that there's a percentage of people in the state of Idaho, 37% of our population, who fall into either poverty or ALICE category. And what that means is, for the example, in the state of Idaho, 17% of our population is right at or below the poverty level. 22%, the remainder, the 20 some odd percent, I can't do math at this hour of the evening, that are struggling. They're good, hardworking folks, but no matter how hard they try, they just can't seem to make things work. I don't know about you, but on a global scale, I look at big numbers and I kind of glaze over. So let's take a look at Bonneville County. Bonneville County has a 34% rate of folks that are struggling to get by and folks that are in poverty. And you're thinking, there's no way. How is that even possible? Where are these folks at? I thought people that struggled with hunger and poverty and all this kind of stuff, I thought they were just a different group of people. And you really want to get my ire up, call them those people. But aren't those people homeless? Aren't they the ones who are on welfare and getting kind of assistance and programs? Aren't those people the ones who are out there just too lazy to do anything? Maybe those people are the ones who just have their hands out and all they want to do is have people give them free stuff. I can tell you from experience, we've been in this industry for quite some time, it's less than 3% of the total population. The majority of folks who are out there are really struggling are good, hardworking Idahoans. In Bonneville County, it's 12,500 plus households just in Bonneville County are identified in the ALICE or poverty category. Here's who they are, because you're asking yourself that question right now. Well, who are these folks? They're in your family. They're your neighbors. They're your coworkers. They're people you go to school with. They're people you're engaged in activities and sports all throughout the area. And they're people that you go to church with on Sunday. That's a stark reality, I know. But I'm here to ask you tonight to help us fix this problem, because I believe that if we can identify who the face of poverty is, then I believe we can make a difference in our community. I have the privilege of being on staff at First Baptist Church in Pocatello, and he's not kidding, this clicker is touchy.
And I get to work with an incredible staff. They treat me great. We get to do amazing things in the community. And one of the things that we offer is the food pantry at First Baptist Church. It's open to anyone in the community who needs emergency food assistance. If they're hungry, that's our only question. Are you hungry? Then come in, we'll feed you. And I was actually at the pantry this one Thursday. It's open on Thursdays, and a young lady came in with her kids. She said, it's our first time here. Now, when we're at what we call the check-in desk here, we don't ask people to tell us their story. We really don't need to know. We're there to serve them. We're there to love on them. We're there to get them some food and get them on their way. But people tend to verbally vomit their story about where they're at because they're nervous. They're anxious. This is a very difficult thing for people to do, to step in and ask for help. So she sat down and she shared her story. She said, my husband and I were both working. We had 2 good jobs. And then something happened within a short period of time. We both lost our jobs, and now we're out of work. And we've been trying to get jobs. We've been interviewing, but we just can't seem to get hired. And here's what she said next. She said, we don't want to be on unemployment. We don't want to be a drain on society. We want to have a decent life. So she continued to say that they had been working hard to try to get jobs, and it was 3 or 4 weeks into this adventure, and she said, we're down to our last few bucks. The money stopped coming in, but the bills sure keep coming. So we had a choice to make. The money we have left, we're going to take that money and we're going to put it toward food and just hope and pray that one of these jobs we've already applied for will come through. Or do we take that money and we put it over here in the gas tank and go and interview for more jobs and just hope and pray that the food comes through? Being a man of faith, I was kind of excited to hear the word prayer. So, hey, can I continue to pray for you while we get you some food? And of course we did. Our team does an amazing job. They treat people with such dignity and respect. I'm honored to be a part of that. They got her set up. They got her connected, got her some other resources. I don't know how many times they came, 2 or 3 maybe, but I remember the last time they came like it was yesterday. Dad came with them. Dad kind of walked in. He just kind of had that look on his face like, things are good. And he just looked at me and he goes, you know what? We both got work. We're getting back on our feet again. We just need a little help to get through this month. But once we're there, if it wasn't for you guys and the resources you pointed us to, we couldn't have made it. So we just wanted to say thank you. The next time you do see us, we'll be here to volunteer. And they came back a couple of times and helped volunteer in the team. It was amazing. That's why we do what we do. That's why I love being a part of this team. You see, we have folks in our community, familiar faces that they just go through life and we have no idea what's going on. The folks that are in this category, the folks that are struggling, these folks that are working hard just can't seem to make ends meet. They don't wear it on their sleeves. They don't wear it like a name tag that says, hey, look at me, I need help. I'm about ready to fall off. But a lot of these families are one decision, one medical bill, one crisis, one job loss away from falling into poverty. Nelson Mandela said it best when he said that poverty, like slavery and apartheid, is a man-made problem, but it can be fixed with humankind. He went on to say that you can restore dignity this way. Overcoming poverty is not a gesture of charity. It is an act of justice. It's the protection of a fundamental human right, the right to dignity and a decent life. Yeah. I was talking with Rebecca Ristrom. She is the branch manager at the Idaho Food Bank in Pocatello. They do an amazing job in Southeast Idaho for agencies and for folks that are in this position. And she says, you know, I had a gentleman come in not too long ago, and he pulled up in a nice truck much like this and nicer than mine. And he just unassuming fella got out of his truck and walked in, but he wouldn't look at anybody. He just kind of hung his head down and I need to see about getting a food box. And they said, I'm sorry, what was that? He said, I took a deep breath. I need to inquire about getting a food box. And then he began the verbal vomit. Life was good, had a good job. And when things are going well, what do? We take care of ourselves. We treat ourselves once in a while, don't we? We get a new vehicle, we get a new outfit, we go on a trip. We do something to make ourselves feel special. So he did, but he had a good job. He had a family. They were doing well. Gets a phone call, Dad, we just lost our job. Wife and I both, and now we're at risk of losing our house. Can we move in with you? Just to get back on our feet. Got a good job, not a problem, move in. With the addition of the family and the family members he was already helping, the house mouth count is now at 12. Not a big deal, he's got a good job. And then the bottom falls out. and a layoff happens, it's not his fault. It's just business. We've heard that. Yeah, it's just business, but he still has the car truck payment. He still has the mouths to feed. He still has the bills that are going in. See, this is the unknown face of Idahoans who are struggling. They just want to make a difference. They just want a decent life. But sometimes things beyond their control get in the way. But I believe that if we can get our head around who the real face of poverty is tonight, we can help make a difference. Fast forward to that same story, about November of that year, an elderly woman walked into the food bank and said, "Rebecca, can I talk to you for a minute?" I said, "Sure." She says, "My son was in a really bad spot a while ago, and he came in here, and it wasn't easy for him. He had to swallow his pride. He was embarrassed. He felt like he was letting his family down. But he came in, and you and your team treated him with dignity and respect. Gave him a little bit of confidence back." She goes, "We're not 100%. We're not where we need to be just yet, but we're better. And we know it's Thanksgiving, and we know that people right now in our community, it's a hard time. And we just don't want people to be without a turkey." So she reached into her purse. She grabbed a $100 bill. "I want you to go buy turkeys." What she didn't know was they were about 15 turkeys short, and that covered the bill. You see, sometimes we tend to think that this is the solution to the problem. This does help in an emergency situation. It allows us, agencies, the food banks, all the places that like soup kitchens and whatnot, it allows them to go and get supplies to help people in an emergency situation, but it's really just a Band-Aid. Food donations and clothing donations, they really are just Band-Aids to a bigger problem. I believe that this room is full of the solution. I know that because I'm watching it play out in my life as the people I get to deal with. See, if you would just offer one simple thing, your time and expertise, you can make a difference in somebody's life. You can affect 12,500 households here in Bonneville County. You might be somebody who is just wicked good at writing resumes. You know how to fill out a resume that's got that winning job. You know what? A lot of folks really just want to get a better job, but they don't know how to write a resume that gets them there. It doesn't cost money, it just costs you time to share your skills and your abilities. For some of you, you could help people learn some interview skills that are just land the job in a moment. Offer yourself as a coach. Make yourself available to help someone get a better job so they can learn a new skill so they can get a life of dignity. Maybe you're someone who just likes to just help people cook, and you like to shop. You know, get involved with the Cooking Matters class with Idaho Food Bank, or with cooking things here in town that are offered to folks that are low income or people that are struggling. Give them your shopping skills. Help them learn how to build a grocery list and to use it. Learn how to cook. Many of you in this room, if I asked you to raise your hands, you could do a budget in your sleep. You say the word budget to folks who are struggling, it terrifies them. Show them how to make a grocery budget. Start there. Help them build a household budget so they can get back into a place where they can start looking up in the morning and say, I'm going to have a decent day. I'm going to have a decent life. So I believe if we understand fully who the real face of poverty is, if we can get our heads around that, then I believe that when the question is asked, what's for dinner, no longer will it be yes or no, but they're going to ask you, I don't know, where do you want to go?
Yeah.
Oh, that's really small. They need to shrink that.
That's the host resolution they did. They sent it.
Wow. All right. When that's done, we'll jump on.
Yeah. Are we still recording?
Yeah, just walk carefully. Tons of rocks and stuff.
Just watch out for that funky dirt. All right. Hop on up. Tell us your name again. Trisha. Thanks for sitting down and having a conversation.
Yeah.
So what's your experience with some of the homeless stuff?
So once, I was homeless more than once, but the last time I was homeless was, I was homeless for like 2 years. And I think I was a little bit delusional about my problem, and so I would make ways to make it good. And so I started like preaching somewhat and loving the people, and that got me through it.
Nice.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people he was saying that are on drugs. I knew a lot of those people. I smoked weed, and once in a while I would drink. But it would be, there's nothing else to do, and this is my situation. You come to the reality of it, and you just want to numb that. There's a lot of people that need help, and people don't want to help the homeless or the ones that are using, so they just feel left out.
You know, it's interesting you brought that up. Boy, that's really hot all of a sudden. Did I hit a button? Sorry, I might be picking up. What's that? It's my sound guy playing with sound stuff. Just ignore him. There is a perception in our community that you're homeless because you choose to be. How far off base is that?
Very far off base. No one, I say no one chooses it.
Right. So what do you think some of the causes that people are in? You said you knew a lot of folks on the streets for 2 years. Did people just they lose their jobs? Did they lose family? Was it a combination?
Combination. People have great loss and a lot of hurting.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'll say about that.
You lose a job, you lose your income. You lose your income, you haven't got a way to get around town. If you've got a way to get around town, you can't get to your place. Can't afford your place.
Exactly.
So it's a trickle-down effect. By the time you're done, it's funny, it's not funny, it's sad. In Bannock County, Pocatello, the last Alice report came out and said that there's 31% of our population is living just above poverty.
Right.
Literally, they make just enough to not get any resources at all. So one paycheck away, and they could be living in their car.
Right, exactly.
Did you find people living in their car too when you were out and about?
I also lived in the car. My car got stolen. So, and what they give me SSI, which is not enough for the housing, even at SSI.
Right.
And even the ones that are according to your income, there's waiting lists that are 2 years or longer, so you're on the street.
Yeah.
There's not enough places to hold these people, and I believe that these people need to be loved on. They've broken a lot of bridges, they're down to being homeless, they need some love.
Yeah, hope and joy seem to be distant sometimes when you're on the streets. That's true. That's a good catch there. So let me just ask you this, because I can't answer this question. Is it more challenging and more difficult to be on the streets as a man versus being a woman?
I wouldn't know that.
Okay, but as a woman, it's not easy.
I would say that everyone's been pretty nice that I ran into. I think it's harder for a man. People say just go to work, and I've always thought that when I see a man that's homeless, they don't want anything to do with them. But a woman, they see homeless, they're more prone to help.
Interesting. That's true. They seem to gather a little more cash on the corners, so to speak, right?
Right, holding up signs and yeah.
So if I had the opportunity to make major change in our city, in this area, what would you like to see us do? What do you think we need to do a better job of to help those that are struggling on the streets?
Education.
Okay.
Education about homelessness and education on what your problem is, whether it's drugs, alcohol, you lost someone, you lost your job, so you could even know yourself, like how did this happen? You know what I mean? Get them back to a place of that. Get them back to remembering themselves, because you kind of lose yourself.
Yeah. Well, you live in a bubble on the streets, don't you?
Right.
And it's a very tight, protected bubble. Wow. Is there anything else you think that we can communicate to people? We're going to have people walking up and down the street today and tonight that are that are homeless. We've got people that live right around the corner here in our alcove here at Valley Mission. What kind of words of hope and encouragement can we give to them, do you think?
Use your voice. You still got it.
Oh, that's good.
Okay.
That's good. And tomorrow being National Homeless Day, we should be really out there kind of getting people to go, hey, let me tell you. That's kind of why we're doing this now.
Right.
So that we can get some awareness in our community, in our county, in our city, our state. This is going nationwide, and man, if we just change the conversation, we might really help people.
Right.
I really appreciate what you said too, because a lot of times we think the solution is housing.
Right.
Well, they tried that in several cities. They put these places up, they put people in housing, and they, to Trent's point, destroyed the places because what they know is the streets. They don't know the four walls. That felt like a prison. But what works is the education piece with housing, with supportive services, with wraparound services, with accountability, with encouragement. You know, wouldn't it be great to go through this and go, you're doing a great job, keep it up, keep it up. You failed? Okay, we all failed. Let's pick our feet up and go forward.
Right.
That's what we're hoping to do here. When we get our facility open, it'll be that 24/7 care. It won't be easy, not by any means. We're not putting together a program that's just come in and check a box. You're going to have to work hard.
Right.
Because we, like you said, we believe in people, value people. Trent said the same thing. There's good in everybody. We just have to help them rediscover them.
Right.
And you sound like you've done that. Are you pretty safe and secure now? Or?
Yes, I live at Bella Nicole.
Nice.
And learned that I had some disabilities that I wasn't aware of. But I kept finding myself in mental health hospitals. And sometimes I just needed a place to live.
Yeah.
And sometimes I was serious because I'm sick of this.
Yeah.
So they wrapped their arms around me and they said, we work as a family here. And they said, I think you'll be a good fit. As soon as they said they worked as a family and they gave me a hug, that's all I needed. And they were true to their word.
Oh, wow. Another big shout out to Bill and Nicole. Did you guys plan this? This is awesome. But they are an amazing company. If you haven't heard of Bill and Nicole here in Pocatello, the services they provide are just top shelf, and they genuinely care about people. A lot of times companies and agencies around town, we call them clients, or we call them guests here, but I like the word that you use, family.
Right.
You know, when we put people in here and get this facility going, they're going to be residents because they're part of our home.
Right.
We want to carry that same thing forward. Thank you.
I think that it's important that they know that there's going to be a road ahead of them. They're not just going to get in here and go get a job. They might need mental health awareness and talking to them about that, but that they got a long road and that you guys are willing to stick with them through it all.
Yeah. I missed something you said earlier too, and I really appreciate that. You discovered once you started connecting with it, you had some mental issues you needed to work on. And I think a lot of times in our community, here especially, we flip that around. We assume everybody on the streets has mental problems. And that's not the case. Matter of fact, the things that folks we've encountered throughout town, they are sharp, they're intelligent, they're organized, but they're also, their mental clarity is damaged because of the trauma that you've gone through. So I appreciate that. I'm kind of hoping we can get that narrative to switch here very soon. That's what we're hoping to do with this. So thank you for your time. Thanks so much. I appreciate it. You have a good day.
You too.
Well, welcome everybody to this conversation, which is Well, welcome everybody to this conversation, which is Well, welcome everybody to this conversation, which is Well, welcome everybody to this conversation, which is
A big thank you to ABC Communications, a leading provider of communication solutions in Pocatello, Idaho. With over 25 years of experience in the industry, the company has built a strong reputation for its commitment to delivering reliable, cost-effective, and innovative communication services to businesses of all sizes. Thank you, ABC Communication, for supporting Valley Mission Conversations on a Bench.
There we go. That helps. Sorry, we've been battling batteries, and then all of a sudden, preloaded videos are not playing, so we apologize for all the weird things happening there. So we thought we'd better come back on live here, and kind of in a lull with the wind, which is nice for a change. We've got somebody we're waiting on that has had to make a run. Just checking here to see what we have. And we're trying to figure out why. I don't know who I'm talking to now because I'm not sure if this thing's even working. Nope, it's streaming. I'm just checking to make sure I'm not missing some of the other stuff. Did the training. So we're trying to figure out a couple things. If you've been watching this on YouTube, that's what I've been reading. Facebook seems to be working fine, knock on wood. We got flagged on YouTube, which is probably why the feed dropped, for third-party copyright infringement. Everything we've been running through Citygate has been good. The ironic third-party infringement is a TEDx talk from 2017 featuring me. It was my TEDx talk. It looks like that's the one that got flagged. So I find that very ironic. So, hey, things we learn as we go. Hopefully that won't be an issue. We're trying to get that fixed now. Again, we did the first half, so it is what it is. We're rounding out to the end of this thing, so I think we're going to have all kinds of fun little challenges at the end. At 12:45 our time, we hope to be able to go to the Citygate Network live stream, where Ed Stetzer, a pastor and author, well-known guy, just an incredible, a great theologian, he's going to kind of help us close out in prayer and just celebrate what's been going on. So be looking for that at 12:45, and we should be good. Okay. Hang on just a second. Be right back with you. should be pretty hot right there. Is it? Or did I go to sleep? Oh, there I am. Is that good? Oh, okay. So I was having a conversation off camera with our friend. We'll call him Jeff. I don't want to put names out there. And unfortunately, Jeff was under the influence a little bit, so I didn't want to put him on camera, but I wanted to catch the story. And younger gentleman, not very old, living on the streets here in Pocatello. His belief is nobody loves him, and we hear that a lot. His family's abandoned him, his kids abandoned him, and he was stating, don't like being on the streets, don't like being homeless. Where are you resting? Where are you sleeping? He goes, anywhere I can find a place. I'm in a park, I'm behind the library, I'm just down under a tree, whatever it might look like. So we try to have that conversation, let them share what they're struggling with, and then we get to say things like, you know you matter, and you know you have a purpose. You have hope when you know you have a purpose. He kept pointing at the building behind me, because this is Valley Mission, obviously. And he said, I can't wait for you to be open. I need you to be open. I need to get better. I can't live like this anymore. That's a good first step. So I'm grateful that we have folks that are willing to at least have a little bit of a conversation on where they're struggling with, what they're struggling with, and where they're at. The folks, we can't get this open fast enough. I'm just going to be honest. We got to get moving, and so we still have our $50,000 match out there. We're raising money toward that. It was a good effort. Board just fell down that was blocking the sun from our computer. We were battling wind like crazy right now. It's starting to swirl down here. Anyway, the $50,000 match is out there. We're slowly raising money towards that. It'd be really great if we could get that fully matched. That would put us well over $130,000 that we could raise if we match that 50 completely, 140. If you've got the ability, you've got the capacity to give, you can give either online. You can go online to valleymission.org. We're going to be here till 1 o'clock. We've got a QR code here you can scan. We take cash and checks. It's kind of funny to say it that way. Or you can mail something into us. You just mail it to Valley Mission at 442 North Arthur Avenue, Pocatello, 83204. Or just come see us anytime during the week. We're usually here. If we're not here at the property, we're right next door at First Baptist Church. So I may have to step off here in a minute and help Chuck catch the canopy that's breaking as we speak. So we just want to tell you thank you for joining us on the conversation. We thank you for the questions that were submitted. We thank you for being patient with us during all the technical things. We're having issues with videos. I'm hearing from across the network of people we're working with. There's all kinds of fun stuff that we're battling right now. It's toward the end of the event, so no surprise there, but we'll continue to stream until 1 o'clock. And as I said, we have a 12:45. We've got someone coming on, Ed Stetzer. That's going to help close us out in a word of prayer as well. And we invite you to join us for that as well. Waiting on one more gal that was one of our school resource workers. It's going to come and share some information from her experiences with our homeless folks in our schools and what is being done and what needs to be done also in some other areas. So we're excited for what she might be able to share with us as well. So I'm going to step off one more time. Be right back in just a second. Oh, nice. Come on in. We'll get started and pray that this thing doesn't blow away on us here. It is nuts. Oh, goodness. It's been crazy. I'll give this to you. Hey, is it Alana? Alana. Okay. All righty. And we good on sound? Oh, shoot. Am I live on the screen? Okay. Is the audio coming on the screen? The bar being big? Okay. Sorry. A few little quirks here. We've been having all kinds of tech stuff. So we're here with Alana, who is a community resource worker. Yep. Got it right again. Yep. I'm 2 for 2. Yeah. Is that over here at Pokey, or where are you at?
I'm at Pokey and Highland.
Oh, you got them both. Yes. Goodness gracious. Yes. So what does a community resource worker do for our schools, for the folks that may not know?
Yes. So we connect families to different resources within the community. My population is homeless and unaccompanied youth. So we try and get them into housing, get them employment, meet their basic needs, all that good stuff.
So you answered a question that actually came on Facebook prior to us. We asked people, as we were sending emails out and such, what are some questions you have? And one of them was an answer that you just had. Do we have homeless kids in our schools?
Yes, we do.
And my response was, well, duh, yes. But yours was much nicer. So
yes.
So what are you guys seeing as far as when we say homeless kids? Are these kids living on the streets? Are they living in a car? What are you seeing that you?
We see all of it. So yes, some kids living in cars, couch surfing. Parents are living in a camper, and then they are either in the camper or going in between friends' houses. So
yeah. It's
there's more than you think.
Yeah, that's we were sharing earlier, I think sometime yesterday, the hours have gone and blurred over the last 20 hours, 22 hours. When Lisa was over here I think the year before she left, we were talking about just Pocatello High School, and how I thought the number she gave me was either 70 or 80 just seniors and juniors students that they had at this school that were homeless. And the homeless, people assume they got to be on the streets. They're in a tent. You see them with a sign. But homeless means no permanent housing. So they could be in a car. They could be in an extended stay or those other places.
Doubled up with another family because they're not able to pay rent. 3-4 families just living in a small little place trying to survive.
So what do you think are some things that we as a community can do? If I'm just the average Joe, what can we do to help the schools or help the families when they're in this situation?
That is a very good question. We don't have enough resources. Mental health is a big thing, long wait lists. Basic needs, housing prices. It's just there's not enough resources and to support all the needs that we have right now.
That kind of echoes the report. SECA just published their survey they did last week, and they identified 4 key areas of need in our community. And of course, the first one was affordable housing. Yeah. The second one was wages, jobs that fit the needs with the wages that support families. Yeah. I forgot what the third was. It was something to do with health-related things. And fourth was food insecurity, which I thought was, for us as our food pantry and the amount of families we served and the other pantries in town, I thought that was very telling, because I thought, gosh, we have resources. We don't. I mean, we're a growing city. They continue to, and our growth in that category is not lining up with the growth of that population of what's available. So, it's interesting to hear you say this almost exact same thing. What are some of the things the students struggle with? Are there some issues that you kind of have to help walk them through when they're homeless? And because kids aren't always kind.
Yeah.
I know.
Yes. So, a lot of the kids sometimes don't have showers. So the schools, we work together to make sure, they're clean, they have clothing, free breakfast and lunch, or we have a food pantry that the community can donate to. We also work through the food bank And so if they can't pay for lunch, they can come and have, some ramen noodles or some soup. And then we also have like a clothing pantry that the kids can come in, make sure they have clean clothes. For the kids who are couch surfing, just their basic needs, shelter, food. And then, in school, you think if a kid is worried where they're going to sleep, they might not do that well. They're not worried about school. They're worried about where they're going to sleep. Where's their next meal coming from? So then sometimes they just come to school to get those basic needs met. And that's their safe place. That's their shelter. That's where they're going to get food. They're going to get support. But yeah, really just basic needs need to be met before you can move forward and get out of homelessness.
Yeah. I like what you said too, because you would talk about the mental health, but then for the kids, what does that look like? It looks like them not being able to focus because those issues that you mentioned, but also sometimes kids see that and they tease other kids, they bully other kids, whatever the word is, and that weighs on the kid, and then they go to the parents, and now it's weighing on the parents. So we have this growing crisis of mental health that people don't know how to get out from under. And
not enough healthcare providers or mental health providers to help mitigate what we're seeing.
Yeah.
So.
And we're seeing that's happening across the state too. The resources are not being available. We're getting more and more counselors and caseworkers, but it's the mental health side of things that we see are struggling. It's interesting when we're out in the streets too with our street reach team. People always ask me, how many kids do you see on the streets? We don't normally see them because I think with the school district and other agencies here in town, they're really good at getting them into those extended stay places or finding a place that there is some stability. I think last year was the last time that we encountered 3 families living up at Black Rock Canyon, 14 people total, a bunch of kids, but then the school district found out about it, and within a couple of weeks they had a place. They were safe. So the school district does what it can with the resources it has, but that's great until summer hits, and then the kids are in mom and dad, okay, we can't afford it, did whatever. So it's good. I shouldn't say it's good to hear. It's reinforcing to hear that we have these gaps in services. If we just had a magic wand.
I agree. And sometimes it's just getting them connected to the right resources that can help, and engaging with the families and finding out what they need and what resource is going to be most appropriate for them. Sometimes that can just solve a problem. They don't know Access Point is out there, or they didn't know we had food pantries. So sometimes just providing them with the knowledge of where to go, that can help as well.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get focused on growing this building here and getting it open, obviously it's built toward single adults, but as we've been talking to a lot of people and even had these conversations before, we know that the next phase, or the phase after that, we have to build a facility for families that can help them, that can give them a long-term solution. I don't want to just plop people into that for 6 months and go, good luck. We want to build something that creates a space for families to be safe, but at the same time to be educated, because it's just like with the homeless folks, housing first never worked. You've got to have housing with supportive services, wraparound services, accountability.
Yes.
So as we get closer to having that conversation, we may be reaching out to you guys and go, hey, what kind of environment? I ran into one. Where was I at? San Antonio. It was in San Antonio. Went down to Austin to check another rescue mission out down there, and came across a family unit that they had built down there in Austin, Texas. And what it was think of basically four duplexes with a center shared space, big kitchen space, separate living spaces, but also another common area besides that, and then the bathrooms and bedrooms were all their family homes. And the intent of this foundation, I forgot what it was called, was to give families their own private space, but to help them learn how to build healthy community at the same time.
Yes.
And I went, man, I kind of like that model.
Yeah.
We're gonna. My cousin lives down there, so she's gonna, do some recon for me.
Yeah.
Get some more information. So maybe something like that is something we try here.
Yeah, I
Don't
think that'd be
know.
amazing.
Be kind of fun.
Yes, that would be amazing.
Is there anything else that we can do, or that you'd like the community to be aware of when it comes to kids and homelessness? It's a real issue.
It is a real issue.